put away that ruler. Live chat. Almost linked the wrong video. Show everyone a tutorial instead of stream. Okay. Hi. Wow. Steeler, you're like speed running the tournament. I've been alright. I've been alright. I hope everyone else is doing good. The first one. I know, 2 fresh Po1and replays, yeah. Yeah, it's very rare to see fast top games. It's very easy to make a mistake when going fast. I did get your message as your message is Advanced Warrior, but have not. I see that I have received Discord messages, but I have not looked at them yet. Instance. Oh. Well, I think what happened is Po1and dropped some games at the pretty much the same time, so it's to be expected. An eagle on this map. This is the definitely not Celeste map right here. Oh god, this map. Now that's a reaction. It's a very vulnerable HQ. Max is rated tier 3 on this map? Really? Because of artilleries, I guess? It is pretty closed. It's strong for copters. I guess that just means you want it to be eagle instead. Well, they're gonna rate max lower because of how closed off these all like the mountains make the map, so it's harder to get those 2-hit KOs and all that stuff. The artillery are stronger. How do I feel about going Neo slash stealth plus infantry when you have an income lead? You could definitely do stealth as long as your income lead is high enough that them buying a fighter is really uncomfortable. Going Neo is totally fine, yeah. You have to be a little careful with that stuff, because oftentimes the counters cost less than the unit you're buying. And you're kind of comparing that to, would I rather go Neo tanks with infantry, or would I like to go battle copters with tanks and stuff? Might be harder for them to answer. Oh, the question is, does the rest of tier 3 survive Max? But you said if Max is tier 3, would I still want to pick him in tier 2? Oh, it's a different person to ask. I got you. Does the rest of tier 3 survive? Lash probably survives all these forests. Andy, I imagine, still has lots of difficulties. Poor Andy. They probably are fine. Tiers are too confusing. You just select your favorite COs. But do you select your favorite COs within the tier? Well, I didn't even notice there's no comm towers. That makes Max better, because he's got the 20% to break cities. That does also buff Andy. It's tier 4. You alternate between Adder and Grim. Ooh. Fancy. Is that in standard? Yeah, Andy. I mean, Andy's better when there's no towers. But I don't think he's like game breaking better or tier breaking better. I've gotten Sonya. I've gotten Sonya many times. Don't give me that. I don't know if you guys can see this. Was that 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth most used CO is Sonya. Just beyond, just behind the Max. Way behind Andy, of course. I do, because I liked Andy's Advanced Wars 1 portrait. So everyone else got to be Advanced Wars 1 as well. Oh, when? Oh. I mean, she's okay with base light. Anytime there's really annoying forests, she's better. I mean, there isn't really a time that you choose Sonya over someone else unless she's in tier 4 in Fog. In tier 3, you choose Sonya for the challenge, usually. Like our intelligent system. Alright. I don't know if I've seen her there. She will have slightly better vision off of her base. That was on my alt that I would do things that chat demanded. My main does not service the chat. I think the older art is better, yeah. Mathlets, boo. Choose Sonya and Sandra to tilt your opponent. I am never going to be a Grit main. Alright, I think enough people have joined. So I'm going to start covering the replay. Make this a little bit bigger. Sure, that works. We've got Po1and. This is just going to be how I pronounce it because I don't know how to say that with the 1 instead of the L. I'm assuming it's supposed to be Po1and. We've got Po1and in the top here playing as Sami, and we have Emphyx playing as Max in the bottom. Po1and. Po1and. Is that what they've said? Or are you guys just saying that? Are they even on the Discord? I've never checked. They are on the Discord. Did they ever say? What? No, I didn't want... Oh my gosh. Search function's being dumb. Oh, you're just making it up? Okay. Ah. Alright. No Penguin games, is that even legal? I could reference some older ones, I guess. Okay, anyway. So off we go. Sami versus Max is always an interesting matchup. And I would say it probably favors Sami when there isn't a comm tower because it's harder for Max to start one-shotting all of her stuff, which is her major fear. Especially, I think recons will start missing out on the one-hit KOs without any comm towers when the powers start getting used. Yes, now that Nova has arrived, we can begin. So in that way, it's going to favor Sami. But on the flip side, Sami's vehicles are going to be extra weak because they won't be buffed up to just a normal attack power that you would get from your comm tower. It looks like Po1and's going for a very aggressive capture here rather than going over here to the side, and I think will end up biting Po1and if I was to guess, because in this early stage against double base, I don't know how... Oh no, never mind. I had these guys flipped. This is okay to do as Po1and because Po1and's Sami. If this was Sami down here, then this, you'd be like, there's no way to hold this. But Sami should be able to hold this against a Max player pretty nicely. This city that Emphyx is going for here, I think is going to be really difficult to hold, and it would probably be better to go this way. Just go for these early middle cities. Max tanks can interrupt Sami caps. I don't think without a comm tower. Is it really that bad to cap something knowing that you'll have to let it go later? Well, kind of. Because it's not so much that you're capping something and you have to let it go later, so you're still getting like some money out of it, but you're delaying these other captures for something that's going to be really temporary. So the comparison to capturing this over this, if this falls, this would be just way better. The economic hit you're going to take when they take your city from you is going to hurt a lot. The reason that is really difficult to hold a city like this against Sami is that the infantry is going to come up and it's going to start capturing it, and you have to use 2 units to stop a Sami capture on your city, on your 1 base side against 2 bases. So even if you stop it, you're now exposing a lot of your units to being wiped out, and then the next capture just comes in. And yeah, you can't... Well, yeah, Max could technically try and lock it down with an artillery, with the artillery placed right here, but... be very vulnerable. But on the flip side, when Max is trying to go for the city, Sami can just use a single unit to interrupt. Probably an infantry from a mountain, which is pretty nice. Doesn't have to go for the 2-unit commitment. No ports on this map. Bad map. I don't know about that. Whoa. So Poland sacrifices the infantry to do 2 damage to this infantry to delay this capture a single turn, I guess. I do not like that move, but it's a lot better in this regard because it's 2 base against the 1 base, so losing out on the 1 infantry, even though you're losing a Sami infantry, is something that's definitely more affordable. But I would personally value the unit count a lot more than a single turn of income, especially a Sami infantry. Especially because you only knock it down to 8, so after it finishes the capture, it just heals back up to 10. Okay, I like the aggressive Sami capture here. Aggressive Sami captures are good. And you can see here, we have it set up so the Sami mech is going to be able to interrupt any captures on the city. Well, actually, I guess not really, because there's so many infantry here that this guy can step onto the mountain and block the way. Which is very embarrassing for Poland here. But I guess it's just going to be a city trade. And here you can see, if instead of going for this city, Emphyx went for this city, Poland would still be going for this capture, but it wouldn't be hurting Max at all. Probably go for a battle copter here, just to absolutely punish Sami if he tries to stop this cap. The tank first strike, very nice. It's probably not worth attacking this infantry. It doesn't stop the capture, and it's going to hurt one of your few infantry that you get on this front. And this infantry is going to heal up to 9 after it captures anyway. So I'd much rather keep this infantry around at a higher health so it can help you do 2-hit KOs on infantry with tank plus infantry kills, or it can also be used like as a blocker as need be. Probably you would have wanted to maybe move it over here. I guess that's debatable. That's just to make it easier to help out on this front, and the tank strike isn't really scary because the 2 tanks would be able to bully it. Okay, so we do have this, I assume is going to be city swap here. See how much it kind of hurts to lose that city. Oh, there wasn't a copter built. Oh no. Well, the no copter build lets this interrupt go off. Very weird play here to have this tank wrap around like this, because Max, maybe I'm thinking Max with Comm Tower, but I'm pretty sure Max will be able to kill off this infantry and then take out this tank. Over here we had the battlecopter from Sami, which forced an anti-air. I see. Okay. Yeah, that does break through. I wouldn't be too worried about stopping a first strike from a Sami tank onto your Max tank. Especially when you have this tank backup. The first strike would be just a death sentence for this tank. It would hit you, you would hit back, and then one of your other tanks would come over and kill off the Sami tank, and you're just up an entire tank, essentially. So I don't think this block was necessary. You could join cap it if you wanted to, just to make it so both the infantry and the tank would have to stick around to stop it, or you could just like go sit on this city if you'd like, to make it really awkward for what these guys want to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It even stops this tank from hitting this tank if you just sit on this city, because it would have to go into this forest and then down and around and through this other forest, which is 7 move. And it can't go through this infantry because this Sami infantry would have to kill this one, and it can't because your infantry's in the way. So it would kind of make this tank forced to run up here, and then this infantry could hit here, and then your 2 infantry could kill this infantry, and then this tank could finish off this other tank that ran up here. Okay, over here, going in, hitting the Sami infantry. I'm not a huge fan of this. I would rather... It's kind of like what happened over here. I'm not a huge fan of running in and hitting Sami infantry with just a lone infantry. On a city, it's going to heal up to 8. That doesn't even slow it down from capturing other cities. And then you just have a weaker infantry yourself. I'd rather just preserve the health. If you can lure that Sami infantry to like strike you like over here or something, where you have other supporting units to finish it off, then that would be a lot better. And over here we have tank hits Sami mech on the mountain for a 5-7 trade. That's not great. Also don't like this attack because that just gets finished off. Like, it'll probably get finished off by this backwards infantry, but it could also be finished off just by this 5 health. But value-wise, this isn't going to be great. And also, you're really not going to like the next turn where the mech just gets to hit you for and survive the hit, bringing your tank down low. I think there's even some tactics over here that can let this copter get involved, but we'll see. In general, you see a Sami mech on the mountain, unless it's forcing you to act, which in this case, it wasn't really threatening anything. That maybe like an infantry on the city. You just kind of ignore it and wait for it to have to step off of the mountain. Okay, I don't like this attack by Po1and. That's not going to end well for this tank. Here we had the mech strike, restrike. Looks like the copter, there isn't going to be any blocking shenanigans. Probably had to use this guy to have like a doubly wide infantry wall. That might not have worked anyway. You'd have to be like 5 health infantry here, full health comes here to kill this, Copter comes in, kills the tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, never mind. The anti-air will be able to come in through anyway. Just trap the tank. How about this one? With the infantry here and here. You can get away through this way because this guy can come and free it. Wow, I don't... Very weird to me that at this point, Po1and's like, I'm not going to stop this capture. Because it's threatened to be captured next turn. Already sacrificed an infantry trying to delay it. So it's very weird that at this point, just kind of lets it through. And this would be a nice... well, I guess you really wouldn't do it here, because there's this medium tank. But this is kind of the setup where you could use tank plus infantry to clear this. Okay. See how beat up you get for trying to fight a Sami infantry. And now that Sami infantry is covered by a copter. Is not nice. Got 7/7 trades. So, yeah, you don't usually want to be fighting Sami infantry on infantry around the mountains. That's not going to end up great for you. But if it's 2 base against 1 base, then it makes, you know, there's some more justification that can be done there. Because you're just going to have more stuff. So you can trade out slightly subpar and be fine. I'm not quite sure what's going on over here. You can definitely just kill this tank and be fine. The medium tank will be able to hit you, but you can cover with battlecopter. It won't kill your tank. And being up in vehicle count is going to be really nice. After this tank hits this tank, there's still another full health tank to ward off this anti-air, so I'm pretty sure tank battlecopter would just win the day over here. True, fighting Sami infantry minus a comm tower is even worse. Couldn't the copter have attacked from the mountain and the infantry moved where the dead tank was? Oh, you're talking about here? Or you would instead move this mech here, strike copter from the mountain, finish off this tank, and then bring an infantry down. That's still clearable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you could have the problem with the tank, and then the infantry can, or this infantry can clear the mountain. This guy can step from the mountain, finish off the infantry, and then the anti-air can come through. But it's definitely close. Yeah, ideally you'd want to have the copter strike and then the mech strike so the mech doesn't die. I think there was almost something. Okay, this mech gets to come over here and beat up this infantry. Yeah. Ooh. Doesn't get the kill there, which is very good for Max. Okay. Sami getting that tank kill is pretty nice. Ooh, look at that. That's some great Sami aggression. The medium tank can still kind of get beat up here, but it's a little awkward for sure. You have the anti-air chain coming in here. Okay. So this tank is really out of position for this fight. But it did disrupt kind of the central properties that Sami was going for. So it's not all bad. Okay, we're gonna go beat up this medium tank. I'm not quite sure why this tank went for the 2 health for this backwards infantry then, rather than hitting this infantry and then knocking it down to 3 or less with the 4 health infantry as follow-up. That's a little weird to me. There's also going to be a big problem here in that this tank is being protected from this copter by this copter, but this copter is going to be killed by this anti-air. So it doesn't actually have a defender. Okay, well, this is going to be very happy for Poland. Going to be up a lot of economy here, which is kind of what you expect for Sami. Here you can see beats up the tank a little bit. Probably should sit on the city instead, but it's fine. Doesn't want this 9 health infantry to go onto the mountain. And over here, the tanks get to come in with a nice 2-hit KO. Tank plus infantry clears the way. Mechs covering the tanks. There are some decent lineups here for the max tanks, though. So we'll see how this goes. The artillery moving in here, trying to protect this anti-air. Kind of a vulnerable spot, though. And Max does also have the super here, so can still go after this copter with this copter. Just has to use a power, which I assume is about to happen. So this tank now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 gets to be used on this anti-air. It's always really nice when you use a movement power and it enables units that have just been built to get into the fight. If this HQ doesn't get covered, that's true. Sami does have some serious Victory March threats here. There's a river. Oh, interesting. I don't think this would have been my route, but that's fine. I don't really like this attack very much because it's leaving this tank totally fine. I guess what's going to happen is this tank's going to hit from the forest and this tank will hit from here. Does in fact go for the copter with the boost. Make sure to stand on the HQ so Victory March doesn't just immediately end the game. Takes out the anti-air, goes for the other anti-air. Ooh. What did this 5 health tank hit? Huh. I'm going to assume it went for that because otherwise Sami might have some shenanigans to get the HQ cap by clearing it. Otherwise, you definitely want to shoot the artillery. Yeah, copter versus copter, 1-hit KO. You love to see it. It's very dangerous. Yeah, it looks like we are just going to go tank versus tank strike. It's totally fine. Lots of very aggressive infantry. I'm not quite sure what this guy's accomplishing, but it's okay. Okay, well, that was a very good max power and definitely cleaned up this side, which had been looking a little rocky. That's a very, very good max super. We have the Victory March from Poland, who is currently up 4k and is going to be able to get at least 3,000 more this turn. Which will put them up. I'm not sure why this 1 health tank sacrificed itself. There is an infantry here I could go after instead. We get 1, 2 captures, and this will be the 3rd capture. Oh, and a 4th capture. Okay. That leaves Sami at 28k to 18k. But with like absolutely nothing over here. So this is often what kind of happens with Sami is the Victory March gets used and then it gives Sami a really huge income lead. But she's like really far behind in unit value and unit count, and then she just ends up dying anyway. Yeah. Now this 1 health infantry is paying dividends. Making either a battlecopter or a medium tank have to hit it. And now Sami's going to very quickly start losing these properties, and then the income lead is going to vanish. If Sami can successfully kill off all of the max infantry over here, then a lot of these captures will probably remain. And they might even end up in kind of just like a property swap. We'll see. 12 units to 30 is really tough to deal with. Oh no. But we'll see what Sami is gonna buy here. Pretty much has to involve a copter, but I guess you can't really because the anti-air is locking it down. Okay, well this is looking very good for Max. Another turn ending ahead in unit value and drastically ahead in unit count. And of course, unit count's really, really hard to come back in because you don't. You're always stuck with the same. You're usually always stuck with the same means of production as your opponent. Even if you have a lot more money, you're still going to be producing the same number of units. So if your opponent is able to just keep trading out with you equally, then you'll never recoup that unit count loss. So close to cap limit, 2 away. Yeah, that's pretty. 2 away is definitely close for most COs. For Sami, it's almost like an everyday occurrence. I must have the means of production. Okay. Yeah, copter used to kill a 1 health infantry. You don't like to see it. Okay, this copter goes down. I feel like the copter was not used very effectively. It probably should have just flown over into the middle and left instead of sacrifice itself to do a little bit of damage to an artillery. But now we're going to start seeing another problem that Sami runs into, which is when you have a lot of money and you're trying to come back from a unit count deficit, you need to build really expensive units and like vehicles in general, which means your infantry count dwindles a lot. And then when Sami's out of infantry, her powers don't do anything, or her day-to-day is purely negative. It's just weaker vehicles. Direct vehicles, I should say. So if we look at this right now, Max has 15 infantry. Sami has 6. 2 of which have kind of been lined up to die. Yeah. So now Sami's down to 4 infantry. 2 of which have just been built. The other 2 are very low on health. So yeah, once you start getting into that situation, the fact that your Sami starts hurting you a lot. Like, Sami got you to the point where you're really far ahead. Well, not as far ahead now in economy. But then being Sami makes it very awkward to be really far ahead. Like bomber, triple infantry. But the bomber has to be scared of a single anti-air from Max. That, especially from Max, that with the power boost can one-shot your bomber. And then with the power boost also gets the movement to zone your bomber really effectively. But you can see Po1and was like, wait a second, I have no infantry and I'm Sami, I can't do anything. Now only has 2k income lead, but still has the major unit count deficit, and that's just not going to pretty much ever go away. Because of how easy it is to essentially make it so all the unit combats result in 1-to-1 exchanges. And if it's not resulting in a 1-to-1 exchange, you can always kind of fall back. And then Po1and resigns, yeah. I think that's a fair resign. There's not really anything you can do at this point. Way too many infantry got lost. Yeah, Max can fight Sami Neo tanks with medium tanks or even copters. It's true. GG. So what happened there is that Sami just kind of gave away too many infantry. Trying to fight with them kind of like you would with other COs. Clearly Sami should have built mega tanks, yeah. But that's why it's so hard to play a Sami. You're like, my infantry are buffed so I can fight with them, right? And then it's like your infantry do hit harder, but they get hit just as hard as any others in Advanced Wars by Web, so they'll just die. Apparently Max is tier 3 on this map, yeah. The max power was also really strong. I think even before the max super, Max was doing better in unit count, yeah, even on the start. So not drastically far ahead, but after this super, like, now 10 ahead. Only loses. That's so bad. Okay, so this is definitely a bad sign for you if this happens to you. If it's your turn and you're 10 behind in unit count, and at the end of your turn, your unit count has stayed the same and your opponent's only lost 2. That's very not good. A bad sign. But well played, I would say, overall. I think Po1and went for some very aggressive plays, and Sami doesn't really support it, unfortunately. Sensei can be nicer than Sami indeed. There's a reason Sensei is tier 0 in standard, yeah. The next one is another Po1and game. This one's against srthgv. Wait. Or was it SRT? They mentioned, I think they sent me a message saying how I should say their name. That must have been on a YouTube thing. Srt. Okay. This is everyone's favorite map, Caustic Finale. Well, I don't know if it's everyone's favorite, but it is a fan favorite for sure. Very well known. People really need to learn to go Javier here. Have a good one, Shadow. Wow, Rishi's so mean. There's lots of good 2008 maps. Yeah, Caustic Finale is really old. Made back in the day. So we have a Hawke mirror. Hawke mirrors are always really awkward because of the huge game of chicken that goes on with the powers. The person who uses the power second gets to heal off all the damage that the first user got. So it makes using your power second have a major value gain over your opponent, who's then not able to heal off the damage that you deal. So oftentimes people just don't want to use the power first, and that can be very detrimental to the gameplay. You enter into that game of chicken of waiting for the other person to blink first. Looks like both players did not try and rush the corners here, which is pretty interesting. There's kind of like a meta opening to this map, and neither one really went for it. It's okay. You kind of just like rush the corner property and bring in artillery along with you. In this case, it's not being rushed, but the artillery is getting brought along. And we have a nice fight in the center here. This is one of those cases where the two bases are really, really close to each other. So the vehicles you build have a very immediate impact to any fight that happens. And you can kind of start an endless brawl if you want to. Bringing a vehicle up here, if it's a tank or a recon or whatever, is always nice because it threatens both fronts at the same time, so that your opponent kind of has to react to that. Looks like both players are going for this kind of delayed action into the corner with an artillery backup. And we're just having infantry so far over here with the pressure being put on this city. Both players delayed capturing these corners. Okay. Poland being on the aggressive over here. It's working out very nicely right here. This infantry has no backup, so very good first strike to find. And then over here, it's pretty decent. Definitely forces a response from SRT or SRT. Yeah, there's a lot of maps that were made back in the day. Are there any non-rotationally symmetric maps that have been in League? I don't think so. Well, yeah. Non-rotationally symmetric. I think every mixed base. I mean, this one is rotationally symmetric, though. It's 180 degrees. There's no asymmetric maps. Well, there are, but there are always mistakes that they're asymmetric. Maybe I'm misremembering. Isn't reflectionally symmetric also rotationary? Does it look different if you rotate this 180? I must be misremembering. Oh, that's true. Comm tower's in the top right of 14. That's true, that's true. It has a special concept name in chemistry. Snap. In that case, yes, there's no. Okay, so I do like the artillery buy in the center here. As long as you're not being put under like immediate pressure that a tank can strike you, I think that's pretty good. This city is definitely under some serious pressure. But on the flip side, over here is also under a lot of pressure. So it seems to be working out pretty decently for both players. They're kind of handshaking the comm towers pretty nicely. Poland does get the central city, which is oftentimes a big focal point of the conflict. It can be hard to take, just because of how close it is to this base. Okay. Srt gives up capturing the harbor in order to finish off this infantry. It does put a lot of pressure on this city. There's a join cap over here, covered by this artillery. And it kind of threatens this infantry that's going to be capturing this city over 3 turns. This is definitely a tricky map to play, as all mix-based maps tend to be. It can be difficult to decide where you want to have your investments. So I'm not a huge fan of sacrificing the 3 health infantry, but I kind of get it. There's not... The main problem here is there isn't any follow-up to this. So this guy dies, and then the only thing that can stop this capture is this tank, but then it's going to have to go into artillery range. So probably would have been better off just letting that property go rather than lose 2 infantry. But we'll see. It does give SRT or Srt another turn to react, because this was knocked down to 4 instead of 5. Yeah, it was delayed 2 days. It's just it can always be joined. Okay, so it looks like Poland is like takes this city and decides that the fight over here is basically over. It's going to just try and take all these other cities on the left side. And very aggressively swung in here. I think I actually missed that. Takes this 5-7 tank attack, which leaves at 4-2. Kills off this infantry, sends this tank in to try and interrupt this capture, which it does. Has to send this guy down from this city to get the first strike. This is going to start hurting. This is going to hurt a lot, tank-wise, for Poland. Oh, interesting. Srt could have just finished off this tank and be covered by the artillery here, but instead comes down here to finish off this infantry, and then has the artillery placed here, so that these guys are both covering this guy, I guess. The 2 health tanks can't clear this. So this puts Po1and definitely in a really awkward position where there isn't a safe target for these tanks to attack without getting shot by an artillery, and there's no way to break through it. The infantry are a single turn out from actually getting involved. Okay, so the artillery over here got brought down to put the pressure on this city instead. In which case, that probably works out pretty well. Both players have 2 infantry over here, so it's definitely staying matched. Po1and's going to have to move something else in range of this property, otherwise it's kind of being given away. Sends another tank forward to interrupt this capture. I guess this guy's going to come down to fully interrupt this one then. Here comes the join. But then the double artillery looking here. I don't think this works out very well though, because artillery plus the 7 health infantry will clear this, and then the tank can come in and sit right here and hit an artillery. Unless this must clear though. It's Hawke. The extra firepower. This attack over here did overload the artillery. This artillery, so it can only shoot one of these tanks. But still very much worth it for SRT. Straight up kills that tank. Lots of unit value gained in this fight over here. We do have the clear artillery plus the infantry shot, so this makes the double infantry sacrifice definitely worth it, because it was a double infantry, or there was a infantry that joined in and then they died, so it's kind of a 2 for 2 there, which is totally fine. I think this tank should definitely come in and hit an artillery. Or maybe not. I mean, it's safe from the other artilleries, but it's vulnerable to being hit by 2 artillery, or by 2 tanks if both of these artillery decide not to shoot and instead move. Which I can understand and not wanting to deal with that. And just let the 7 health infantry get knocked down instead. Okay. So Po1and does have an income advantage. Just has been able to walk over and take like this city, and this city, and this up a single corner city. It kind of definitely has a strategy of send a horde of infantry over to a side, take a city, and then swap over. This side, however, is pretty well guarded, so these infantry have nothing covering them. Well, I don't like this attack at all. So there's 3 tanks here that are all in range of these infantry. And none of these tanks, I guess this tank is stopping this forest tile from being used, but this tank can just hit from this road instead. And there's only a single infantry down here to put pressure. So I don't know what's going on over here. This is just gifting away a lot of infantry. Yeah, the 7 health infantry would live here if both artillery moved to let the 2 tanks come in. I would say both are probably fine. Okay. These 2 tanks get to zoom. Oh yeah, I didn't even look up here to see the 2 tanks zooming on in. double artillery coverage. Looking very scary. Guys, just retreat over here. We're gonna start beating up a bunch of infantry for essentially free. Like so. I have no idea what was going on there. And then more and more artillery are built. And you can see Srt can kind of just leave sort of the bottom right corner because there's only this one infantry. He can still go for this capture though. If there was no infantry at all, then Srt could just completely abandon the problem. Okay. So Poland's attacking in here. This is happening within artillery coverage. This artillery is going to be a little sad. But that's okay. It's still protecting this 8 health tank. From, I guess, a 4 health and a 2 health, so not really. And then Poland decides to attack in here. It starts bringing the tanks over to try and cover. Let's see how this works out. This is looking a little shaky for Poland because the tanks can still shoot these infantry, be totally happy, and they'll be somewhat resistant to the tank defenders because the artillery are going to be able to position themselves in ways to defend these tanks. Ooh. So here, this is so something to keep note, of course, of the mirror is there's times when you're going to use your power first, and it's whenever it kind of gives you a nice advantage. So like kind of like in this kind of situation, you can consider using your power first because that's going to guarantee the breakthrough as well as just weaken everything. I would definitely have to look at this kind of more in the move planner to see how much stuff you can kind of kill off with just the power usage here. If it's just a single tank, yeah, it looks like it wouldn't matter here. It would just kill this one tank. These would all still happen. I would wonder about down here if hurting everything matters. I think it probably would, but maybe not enough to the point that you really want to use your power. So here you can see the artillery is placed in a really nice spot, actually. It's covering all of the tiles that could hit these tanks, because this forest is stopping this tank from wrapping around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if something wants to hit this tank, they could kill off this infantry, and then a tank could hit from this plains, but then it's attacking in its artillery range. And now Poland's just pretty much lost every infantry. There's one full health infantry left of the attack that happened over here, and that was just because there was no vehicle coverage for them. Well, Bolt got kicked out, yeah. Okay. So I'm not a huge fan of this. It's attacking into the artillery range, and it's also attacking into the base. Not this one. I guess this guy did hit this. But it's also attacking into this base production range. Oh my gosh. Going for the base lock. Okay. Po1's very aware of attacking into the base protection range. It's like, I will attack that base. I don't think this trade's very good. This is not a very safe base lock. They can just build a medium tank, although that might be a little pricey at this point. And win this fight. Over here, this base is definitely about to get locked. We have the aggressive Black Storm, which definitely does a lot of damage. We'll have to see at the end of Po1's turn how effective this is, because of the second usage value advantage. Using it first is usually in order to get some key kills. So this allows the one shot, which is pretty nice from the artillery, so this guy can kill off the only infantry over here that was defending. And immediately starts throwing this base. Also allows for this for a really nice breakthrough. This is so far looking like a very good Hawke super. I like this artillery usage because you kind of have to assume that the tank's going to come over here and try to stop you from taking the base. This artillery is covering the one spot. Okay, so 16 units to 33 is looking really good. Yeah, this is 100% worth. Just build a mech and call it good. Definitely could do that too, yeah. Mechs are pretty good on this map because you can see the fighting happens really close to the bases. So we have the second Black Storm. It's going to do a lot of damage because of how many units SRT has. So it only healed like 6,000, which is really low. It's because most of the vehicles got killed off. And then it dealt like 20,000. Here you can see the tank has to come in and try and deny this, which just puts itself right into artillery range. I really don't like sticking around and trying to fight at a base. At this point, though, the game is basically over. Double artillery looking at this base. Has to build the medium tank in double artillery range. Ending the turn behind in unit value and unit count. Just both shoot the medium tank down to 4. There's an infantry advantage over here. Tank is to come up. Finish off that tank. Just surrounds the medium tank, so now this medium tank can kill one of these units, but it can't move afterwards. So that means that the artillery will fire next turn. It might not even be able to kill this tank. It probably can, though. The artillery will just fire and clear the base, and then the base will be locked. And then the HQ will fall. And Po1 resigns. Up 5k in income. So this is a really good sacrifice of the bottom right corner that SRT had. So a really slow sacrifice because there's only the one infantry. It was just a very, very good recognition that Po1 has invested a lot vehicle-wise down here. You can kind of just leave that behind and kill off this huge cluster of infantry that doesn't have a single vehicle covering it. Oh, he had a lot of tanks on cities. One, two, three, 4. There you go. So Po1 was doing, well, definitely doing fine when it came to income. Mainly because of this very aggressive throw units at the cities kind of style there. But you can see it hurt that unit count and the unit value quite a bit. Po1and always does fine for income. This kind of infantry swarm definitely worked really well when it attacked over here. To the left, it just kind of got to take the city for basically free. I want to cast the 3v3 with the sacrifice Deegis and Torture. Did I just like never add that to the list? But if we look at the difference here, the infantry swarm moving into the left here, in comparison to moving over here, is that there is vehicle support. There's also less waiting to defend. But then we just see here, like, infantry vehicles, and you really need things to working together. Yeah, Rishi, you just submit your replay and I'll put it into the list. You definitely don't want to wait for the backlog to go down, because I do get continual submissions. I have this. Oh, that was a... It's... The spell check changed apostrophe to apostrophe. The backlog grows. The backlog always grows. Just fight Go to shortcut backlog. That's true. Or be garbage. So I assume this is sent in by LordFrognaros. On my least favorite fog map, Scavenger. This game is a mess. Okay. It's a Drake mirror, which is fun. Everyone loves playing against global damage. I don't vet any of the replays other than some players. And make the other side red fire. Well, I do the yellow comet cobalt ice because of the colorblind. It works out well. You think blue versus red is fine for colorblind? You think the solution is just to double the length of the stream, so I'm 8 hour stream? I don't think... Is blue versus red good for color blindness? Wake up, go to work, come home, stream, sleep. I mean, if you guys want to pay for reviews, then I could do that. But we have this nice and free, so... I have... Everyone gets their first one very prioritized. These speed rounds. Sometimes I'm able to review the games pretty quickly. We have a nice recon opener from LordFrognaros here. I do like the early recon on this map. There's these two fronts that you can definitely strike, and it's kind of unknown which one you'll go for. Blue and orange is the most certain. Good to know. How much for coaching? I haven't done any coaching stuff. I could do Patreon with sub rewards to skip the line. I don't know if people would really like that, though. Sound like an auctioneer. I'm sure yeah, very popular with the people. Rhizosphere was talking about paying me to not cover a game, which is funny. It was tank, so it was we have tank recon against recon double artillery, which is gnarly. We'll see if this recon's got the guts to try and go in and hit something. I probably wouldn't hit this one because I don't really care if they get their comm tower on this map early. Where if you hit one of the ones down here, you're slowing down captures. But I guess this does slow down the capture for this city, so it's not like it's bad. And no matter what you hit over here, you're always risking what if they went tank first and sent it this way. Recon just ignores each other. They spot each other. They both know they have a recon in the area, which is going to save LordFrognaros an infantry hit over here. If you know someone will play Drake, can you counter with Andy? You can counter with Andy. I personally like the Drake-Andy matchup. Ooh. It's very spicy. So LordFrognaros, I think, saw the infantry come up here and decides to not finish the comm tower capture to get vision so that the recon plus infantry hit can come in here, and then misses out the roll to get the kill. It wouldn't be a roll if the comm tower got captured. So to avoid the roll, LordFrognaros could complete this capture and use this infantry down here instead for vision, but then would have to give up this capture. Would have a much more secure artillery. I don't consider it a hard counter. Well, I consider it a pretty hard counter in like high funds, but like in fog and standard, not so much. So artillery on this map are pretty good. There's some, like, this is a very nice forest to get in. Cover multiple cities, and a lot of fighting happens around here. And aggressively, if you can make it into this forest, or like one of these forests, it can work very well as well. And it's gonna also work nicely in supporting that recon. This tank will get away, but it is going to have to suffer an artillery strike here. And then this other artillery can move into this forest and cover this capture. However, Postrophe is ready with an artillery of their own to cover. What am I talking about? This tank doesn't get to run away yet. Okay. So nice recon pressure over here. Making sure that these infantry can't go for these cities. In particular, this far city by the mountain can be a really tough one to take past the early game. And recon pressure can help with that. Sadly, nothing is very safely in range to interrupt this. The tank can, and it isn't an unreasonable move to go down here and hit this when you see double artillery. This one, of course, is seen, and then with the fog replay, they'll see this artillery move into this forest. So it's not very unreasonable to go down here and hit this infantry. Expect no punish. Okay, so this tells me they didn't watch the replay. Because they just moved their tank into that artillery range, which would make it very much not so reasonable to go for this attack. Because what you don't want to have happen is you hit this, and then the tank comes in and just finishes off your tank. Okay, we got the comm tower, which is very good. Shoot the tank, kablam. Things are looking very nice for Frognaros here. Getting some really good pressure, killing off infantry, getting tank shots, or artillery shots on tanks. All at the cost of like a single recon. Whoa. It starts moving down here with an artillery. So it could be that LordFrognaros wasn't thinking, I'll use these artillery to try and like win these middle properties. I'm going to use these artillery to try and end the game really quickly. You're surprised that no pipe seam breaks? Well, the pipe seam breaks are like a mid-game tool. You can try and rush them, but it gives away your entire opening. Players of Aegis or Starflash caliber surely would never play their turns without checking replay and fog. Both Aegis and Starflash notoriously don't check their replays. But not as bad as Tordred. I think Tordred's gotten a lot better at checking the replay, though. Oh my goodness. So Postrophe is definitely thinking something's up with this attack over here. And goes straight to double base skip battleship. Now Frognaros has not seen this yet. So might end up blundering something into the range. Okay, now sees it. His artillery is technically in range, but it's definitely not in vision. And this is usually the response that you're going to have when you see a battleship built, is that you just hit the other side really, really hard. Because their battleships are not very mobile. So everything over here is going to be down the entire battleship worth of value. And then there's a few ways to deal with a battleship. You can just kind of swarm it with indirects if you want. And then it's like it can only shoot one. Or you can bring bombers into play. However, in this matchup, Drake versus Drake, your bomber is going to do very little to the battleship on a harbor. Because Drake in Advanced Wars by Web has a plus 25% defense boost to his boats. So this is a 55% defense battleship on the harbor. And then Drake's bombers have minus 20% attack, so it'll do very little. Would not a counter battleship be wise? You really don't. I mean, the battleship is only going to be effective if they're being aggressive. Because it can't sail this way. It can only handle this area. So if they build a battleship and then you just take everything on outside of the battleship's range, then your own battleship would be kind of useless. It'd be like defending stuff that's super owned. So yeah, in here you just attack because there's no way that they can defend against this. They have a 20k 28k investment right here. So your army should be way larger than theirs. But yeah, you do also need to keep some stuff back here to actually defend your other properties. But this is as far as the battleship can move, because these are now shoals in the way. Sad penguin missile memories, no. There's only one artillery with this attacking force now, so this medium tank is a pretty good defense. Ooh. A very early tsunami. Both players are immune to the rain, the movement detriment, just being Drake. But the rain will still affect vision. And 2 damage is better than 1 damage. Oh, goes for a rocket. So I'm not quite sure why the tsunami got used here. It might have been to try and hold this to stop any interrupts from happening. It looks like Postrophe is just going to hold out for the super. Not going to normal power back. Ah, you thought the 2 caps were happening. Gotcha. Okay. Well, if this rocket can somehow make it into this forest, then this battleship will be a little sad. You don't care about movement penalties playing against Drake? He does slow down your vehicles over planes. It's something that matters. And forests. Oh, as Drake. Is Postrophe Math Blitz? I don't know. I'm surprised Math Blitz would go for such a fast... This is you? Wow, I'm surprised you went for such a fast battleship. Usually that's like a desperation move. Although with Drake, it is pretty durable. This was the plan. The battleship was the plan. Whoa, okay. Both players have a copter and also have the anti-airs ready for the copter. Well, this one's a little out of position. Wasn't able to defend that furthest tank. It looks like there was the rocket buy over here was just like a little too slow. And these captures are actually going to go through for Postrophe here. Ooh, with the Typhoon as well. So this is a pretty nice super. You can see it's really annoying up here. It actually stops this rocket from seeing the recon. Does get to take out the medium tank, which is nice. The hit on this mech. Good joint cap threatening the city. The city's also being threatened to be taken down, but these 2 cities over here, I imagine are going to fall. LordFrognaros is trying to get some charge, maybe, to do the 1 damage to delay this. I like this normal power more. It's delaying two captures on your own cities, and it's also making these pretty difficult to interrupt without like double vehicle invested. Maybe certain penguin streamers who have done the same thing have been a bad influence. My game was very different. I used black boats. You messed up this turn. If you played the bottom side a little more patiently, you would have just won. You mean not losing the medium tank? Okay. Attacking in takes out the battlecopter. As Drake, you're often kind of fine with them taking out your battlecopter if you're getting charged off of it. In this case, LordFrognaros doesn't, because the normal power is just used. Oh, and the normal power value, the extra defense and weakening these units. This guy does live at 2. In your analysis of the game, the important things I needed to do was start blowing up the pipe seams with your battleship. Oh, you mean, I see what you mean. Once you forced everything away with your battleship, it should blow up the pipe seams so that you can start reinforcing over here faster. I gotcha. I thought you were saying I need to build the battleship so I can break the pipe seams. No, no, no. Yeah, I mean, the battleship isn't bad. If your opponent has a lot invested over here, the battleship messes with the whole game plan. But it's also a very risky move, because it is a nice central battleship, but it doesn't cover like the stuff down here, which LordFrognaros is definitely able to target down. Another copter goes down. This time, the Drake player is ready to receive charge, so it's not such a bad thing. And it looks like only one of these cities is going to fall to postrophe, which is going to leave LordFrognaros with a slight income advantage of 2,000. So these are some pretty nice pickoffs. Kill off this injured tank, take out the anti-air, which then leaves the mech in the woods. Just nice and safe. This is now taken out. I assume this tank is going to hit this artillery. Just thinking about it. There we go. And at this point, Apostrophe should definitely recognize that there's going to be some sort of strong attack force up here. Because the number of units down here definitely diminished. Copter's come in for a nice strike. Tank takes out that tank on the road. I assume this artillery is going to retreat. I'm not a huge fan of it retreating onto the city there, because there's a nice play with tank kills it and then tank gets to hit from the city onto this other artillery. So I'd rather the infantry just stays there, and then this artillery can either retreat back here, where it can be covered by the reinforcing tank, and also be covering the city, and then it can go here. I don't know if Apostrophe would really dive in there, though. It would let the medium tank kind of come back for a strike. Oh. And it looks like maybe LordFrognaros forgot about the battleship there. Oh, I didn't see this infantry get here. Oh, it moved back. I see. I take back everything I was saying then. Drake on Drake, how lewd. There's nothing lewd about it. Okay. So Postrophe could be running into a problem here. The setup that's going on here, where you have just you're constantly streaming a bunch of infantry onto one front and your vehicles onto the other, isn't necessarily bad. It sets you up to do a front switch from this side over to this side. But it does mean that any of the fighting that actually happens on your vehicle heavy side is going to have a hard time accomplishing very much. It's just 3-foot soldiers. And if the opponent ever decides to get the guts to attack you over here with a meaningful force of with vehicles, then you can run into some serious problems. Okay, we have Postrophe Typhoon here. I think the Neo tank killed the medium tank. It did. Neo tank's doing Neo tank jobs. Very good. Helicopter's coming on back. Looks like it's going to go back onto the airport to refuel. Or maybe it's going to get refueled by the APC. Okay. I don't think the APC is really needed here to ship more infantry up here at a faster rate. I don't think there's really any pressure for that. So this is very good for LordFrognaros' attempts down here, that so much is being sent up top that's going to have a very hard time accomplishing anything against just like a single rocket and a recon. Very large vehicle force down here, and the only thing that can really fight... Oh, there's artillery too. The artillery and the Neo tank. But the Neo tank, in this kind of situation, you can see there's very little vision support for it right now. The recon's on its way. So it's going to have a hard time finding targets, and it's going to have a hard time making sure those targets it does find aren't being covered by indirects, which the Neo tank is always scared of. So yeah, here the Neo tank, very, very sad, has to just take a step back. You think your issue is there's nothing you could realistically take on the bottom? It's definitely difficult to take stuff against global damage, because all of your infantry and all of your attacking standing army gets injured. This city is probably takeable. The comm tower isn't. And these two cities, I mean, they got captured. Definitely a lot easier to go after this city at this point, for sure. Very nice cluster of artillery. Makes attacking into it very awkward, as you can see here. The Neo tank is just out of range. But then anything else that gets involved, like these two units died for that recon, essentially because of the artillery coverage. Ooh. I'm not quite sure what Postrophe's doing here. The vehicles are having to be... They don't have to really, but they're kind of going in, fighting infantry, and getting right up next to the indirects. or like right in range of the indirects, while also having direct vehicles there. Looks like this rocket is on its way down here to help with this front. I think it was doing... it's going to get replaced with an artillery. Okay. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why everything attacked in there. Other than just general pressure. Okay. Got a medium tank, got a recon. We have a Neo tank, a LordFrognaros' own moving in over here. Anti-air zooms on in. Recon moves up, it sees the rocket. Neo tank finds a target down here that's just barely out of range of everything. That's not out of range. Okay, well, and then we have the attack up here that's happened. Like I say, Apostrophe's been doing a good job with the Neo tank and not letting it just get taken out. It's been finding the hits. Kakark, no respect for the arty. You don't know how many arties he has. Well, this guy sees 4. I think you saw 3 before. Well, now you do. Anti-air runs back and strikes over here. Also, yeah, just plain copters can also harass battleships. You don't have to, like, go big with the bomber. Definitely going to be interrupting that comm tower capture for sure. Yeah, things are definitely looking very good for LordFrognaros. There's an attack here by Apostrophe, but it's a very unsupported attack. It's almost purely infantry. And then still almost all the vehicles down here. Yeah, okay, so the infantry just had to run away back into the safety of the battleship. I think this anti-air was seen by this recon moving over here, so we shouldn't see this copter moving into range of this anti-air. If everyone's checking their replays. This rocket, it's very rare that you see a rocket zoom around as much as this one has. I'm fine with the black boat. I think they're fine on this map. They, of course, get some nice repairs. And they're a very good blocker. It would be very cheeky if you get eyes on this battleship and then the black boat is able to swim over here, sit right here, and then the artillery show up and the battleship can't run away. That would be a very cheeky play. Okay, we still have this. Oh, okay, there's some vehicles heading up here. It's not quite just infantry in vehicles like it had been. Recon takes a step forward, and it's got a little bit of support. This is kind of setting up the escalation of a fight in Fog of War. You have an infantry, I hit it with a recon, and then what do you hit my recon with? It's got to be something stronger than the recon, and then I hit you back. Neo tank does see a route to hit the other Neotank, though. So we could see a Neotank first strike. It would get absolutely blown away by the indirects. Oh, mech infantry got brought in. Does see the artillery in the woods. Battleship comes down. Everything else is kind of chilling. So some stuff is going to get taken out by indirects here. And then it might kind of fizzle out. The attack over here is pretty scary for Postrophe to deal with. Because it's such a infantry-only composition, and once the artillery gets brought in to help with the push, the infantry are going to have a really hard time really denying stuff. Ooh. Oh, I didn't even see that this tank could rig it up there. Very nice. So that will hit this artillery, make it a lot easier to defend this capture. Unfortunately for Postrophe, there is a copter tank, medium tank over here, ready to deal with that. Although the Neotank backup is impressive, and it looks like LordFrognaros didn't see everything moving up. Okay, so the Neotank is missed. The recon was spotted moving up, but it's definitely well, there's no reason for that copter to crash. The black boat could have saved it if there was some different turn orders there. The ultimate shame, of course, is that this happened within the recon vision of Postrophe, and you have to know that your opponent saw that happen. And that's what hurts the most, is now they don't even have to like play around the copter. They know that their fuel drain of you, like, got them an entire unit. Okay, Neotank bot. This guy's still unknown that he swapped sides, but huge red flag should probably start going off when an infantry that walks up like this is untouched. That usually means that your opponent is either trying to get you to heavily overextend, which kind of Postrophe has the concave going on to get as many attack angles as possible, or they just front switched away from you. The copter cried out, "Save us," and the black boat said, "No." Okay, so we have the Postrophe super. Did a solid 40k of damage. Not bad. Battleship gets to shoot the tank. Well, the tank holds its ground against the anti-air, though. Neotank gets to come in and hit the medium tank. Some pretty strong hits. It doesn't look like it's going to overcharge LordFrognaros, though. So, power efficiency-wise, totally fine. And I assume there's going to be some sort of counterattack down here. Although it might just be... Okay, it looks like it's just going to be, I'm going to go for the city and set up a ton of indirects and see what you do. It's a little dangerous to do this against Drake because this infantry knocked down to 8 health can die to this anti-air, I do believe. And then that kind of opens up the avenue for a bunch of hits, although there's only one tank over here, so it's not so bad. Very, very good cleanup, though. Just using the infantry. Injured units. Very nice. The anti-air was not used to clear this off, so this actually held as a wall. Not that there was enough stuff over here to really spill through and do some massive damage anyway. But the Neo tank coming up here ends up mattering a lot. Frognaros is going to have their super as well, which is going to do a solid that 45k, you know, was that 50? I think 45, 46k, almost 50k. Oh, and then the Drake fighter, what a call out. Your kingdom for a meteor strike. Oh, you thought you might have a stealth because you hadn't seen the Neo tank yet? Fighter is a massive call out. Drake's stealths aren't very scary, especially against Drake. Drake can almost ignore stealths because the global damage hurts them. They're hard to repair, and then the fuel drain makes them really awkward to use. This black boat just killed itself? Unless an ABC is being built. It only has 4 fuel left. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's actually going to drain when the turn starts, so it's only move to there. The call out, the call out is that the fighter is being built with no knowledge of something that the fighter can even hit. So it's a major call out, or like a prediction on what LordFrognaros is built. Essentially like either a bomber or a stealth. How could you not struck the Neo tank? This guy? He's in the trees. How are you gonna strike that Neo tank? Fighter for blocking capture, maybe. And fighters do make for excellent blockers. That's true. Okay. Nice vision gain with this transport copter. Kind of looks like it's going to turn into just indirect stalling against indirects down here while fighting over the single property. So this is looking very good for Postrophe. Up a lot of units. Army value wise, not the best because 20k of it is in this fighter, and another like 18k is right here. But that's okay because when you're up so many units, you can do some serious work. APC is built to save the black boat. And the black boat did get a boost. Not a real... This is the rare negative boost, where without the boost, the infantry can make it to here. And with the boost, the infantry can make it to here. What happened... I assume what happened here is LordFrognaros put the infantry in the black boat, clicked on the black boat to move, and saw it could only move to here. And then was like, oh, it has no fuel. And then just unloaded it. Yeah. ABC built to save it. LordFrognaros is still up in economy here and banked 11k. It looks like the mass damage has kind of done its toll on the indirect swarm, so now everything will be one shot by tanks. We have another front switch from Postrophe here. Neotank has come back down. So another battlecopter has zoomed on over. Neotank hits that transport copter. Not the most valuable target, but it's pretty safe. A nice black boat blocker. These are really tough to deal with. I'm not liking this bomber buy so far. It'd be really sad if the bomber doesn't get to do anything before getting hit by another super. So it did hit a tank here. It hit that tank with full knowledge that there's an anti-air here. So that's... We'll see how this ends up blocking for it. Ooh, well, it does let this attack go through and hit the rocket, so that's probably worth it, even if the bomber goes down. It's not like the bomber is a very valuable piece in these Drake battles. So I think Postrophe's been doing a really good job of using the powers in conjunction with these attacks. The fighter did get to do something. I'm not quite sure what was up with that. I'm guessing it was to get vision to see if this anti-air could just walk all the way around. Oh. We diving in on the bomber. Bomber goes down to 2. It will soon go down to 1. So, the bomber is fine at 2 health. It can still like hit a Neotank for a damage. And then once all the anti-airs are gone, it's now an immovable blocker. Oh, I see LordFrognaros has now bought a battleship of their own. So it certainly has a wealth of targets here. It's a very aggressive placement of this Neotank. I imagine, yeah, you're gonna see the super. It's a 42k damage super. Everyone likes fighting global damage. Battleship gets to shoot a Neotank, which is definitely a valuable target. The opposing Postrophe battleship is now down to 4 health. The fighter is serving as a nice blocker. Oh no, Neotank has to just run away. That's very sad. But the indirects are kind of set up at this point. Black boat gets shot by the battleship. No mercy. Black boat built, I assume, to service the battleship. And then other units. Still, LordFrognaros is up the single city. Nothing has changed so far in that regard. And it's going to be kind of tough to make it change now that the battleship is in play and we'll be able to cover everything that's been captured. Battleship kills the infantry. The tank comes in to hit this artillery. So the recon can come in and hit the rocket. Okay. Neotank zooms in. The recon also sees that this battleship's down to 4 health. Fighter gets shot. It's almost arguable whether or not you even want to do that. I guess you do want to do that when you have a battlecopter. But it does give Apostrophe a lot of charge. Which definitely helps justify the fighter build. Ooh, these captures are woefully unguarded. The infantry that were defending for them actually backed away. Might just be unit count starting to take its toll. It looks like the unit count's almost all advantaged in infantry. The 10 infantry difference. So that means they get to do stuff like this. They get to go for the captures, and then vehicles have to try and interrupt it. Ooh, Neo-Tank join on the front lines. That is not what you want to do. You can still do the Neo-Tank join if you want, but you should definitely have the 7 health Neo-Tank like hit an infantry and like, interrupt a capture or something, and then join it in a spot that isn't right there. That gives LordFrognaros a lot of money. Oh, okay. It's fine. It's a GG. It's a GG. It's a very stylish GG. It's a delete battleship, build carrier, GG. At the end, it just came down to the unit count being able to threaten all these properties. But that was a brutal battle. You got to see the global damage doing its job. I think Apostrophe used the powers better, and that helped a lot with these engagements, and also the front switching. Some serious damage, but quite the game. I'm surprised the battleship ended up working out so well. I thought for sure that the attack shifting down here would do a serious number, and it did take these 2 cities, which is pretty impressive. But it ended up being a little too much of a shift, I guess, because Apostrophe was able to just primarily use infantry to take these other stuff. I guess something had to be left behind. Reinforcement is atrocious down there, it's true. Is there a way to tell the difference between a rocket and a battleship? No. Well, depending on the CO, it's possible, but they do identical damage. Up 2k isn't the end of the world. If it's like Jess, then you can tell, of course. Okay. We have Stealer against Vicilie. Oh, what is unit count worth to me? I don't think there's a direct line. Stuff like income, the worth of it goes up the longer you're able to hold it. So like I could say one property is worth 2 units, but if you hold that property like the whole game, it's probably worth more than 2 units. But I don't think there's a direct one-to-one. I think that unit count is the most impactful, because usually unit value is going to be more dictated by the heavy buys. The income is always delayed on the front lines, but unit count is usually always present on the front lines, because everyone's building the same units. But I don't have like a one unit is... I think 1 unit's worth more than 1,000 funds. I'll say that. which is why I think that Battlecopter for anti-air is an advantageous trade for the Battlecopter. Because the Battlecopter costs 1,000 more, but it's kind of representing +1 unit count because it was built from the base. Face to the right and have you face to the right. Stealer. Stealer's not going straight for the center property. It's like going for this chain of city to airport, which is fine. This does mean that the fight for these center cities should be kind of up in the air rather than player one just being advantaged in that situation. We also have Von Bolt versus Hawke, and I think this is definitely going to benefit Von Bolt on this map. Ooh, we have a mech buy. That's a very early mech. I do not like that mech. It's going to be a while before the vehicles start showing up in this area, and it does get to this city a turn slower than an infantry would. So it's not the kind of mech that isn't slowing down your capture phase. Yeah. And this does also mean that the mech was built over here, so there wasn't a vehicle last turn. And Stealer actually gets to take both center cities completely unopposed. And then, yeah, it buys, straight into the artillery, because the artillery will lock these cities, and then there isn't really anything you can do for quite a while. Until you can really overwhelm it. Okay. There's a decent foot soldier presence moving up here, but the airport was bought really early, so this capture is going to happen before this one even starts. So there isn't going to be the kind of interrupt that happened in my game against Mr. Green Suit. And if a lot of infantry keep getting invested over here, then a copter can always get built to help out, or you can always just send a recon over pretty easily. The advantage that Von Bolt has in this matchup, of course, is the extra defense. So it's just a straight up stronger day-to-day, which means that when Hawke has an infantry on the city here, Von Bolt can just send 2 infantry to kill it because of the 20% attack. But if this situation is reversed, then the Von Bolt infantry will live because of the extra defense. Here you can see it's going to be really tough to take this city. The base is in 1 turn range of vehicle production to protect it, which also makes the day-to-day stronger because everything you build immediately starts fighting. So day-to-day for the win. I'm not quite sure what this artillery is doing over here. One lab is getting captured. The mech's marching on over here. Sure. Not a huge fan of that mech buy. It's definitely very limited in comparison to the tank built over here. Where the tank zooms right into this fight, and the mech's going to take 3 turns to get down here, and then it has to spend some of those turns on a road. You want to shift the fighting towards your right-hand side because of the 2 bases over here.
Access granted.
Yellow comet is causing global warming. Nah, they'd never. Okay, infantry goes down. This lab was captured. Just 2 more to go. Lab capture is surprisingly feasible, even though there's 3 on the map. It's not. This is definitely the hardest one to take, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities. Just retreating from this side, I think that's probably a good idea. Leave these 2 tanks in the dust and make it really annoying for this copter to do anything. Bring the artillery into the middle. It's definitely, I think, the better spot for the artillery is in the middle, where it can cover against the direct base deployments rather than having to contend with airports, which are very threatening for poor artillery. Okay, tank comes in, just hits this infantry. Everything starts shifting over here. Medium tank bot. Over here, this foot soldier army is not very well covered. There's a single anti-air, which is saving it from the copter. But otherwise, it's very exposed. It starts getting eaten away at. Not quite sure why everything just shifted over here. I guess... Okay. It kind of makes it look like the idea is to take this lab, but with this lab just kind of given like the capture retreated from, it's not the plan for sure. So it might be is just trying to reinforce or like protect the reinforcements that are coming over here, and maybe shifting everything to fight. So, like, hope that Hawke is just gonna follow with everything. The danger is, of course, these units don't have to attack into this. They could instead try and hit somewhere else. You couldn't afford tank and copter last turn. Tank copter is very strong. Like here, this copter was able to kill, I think, a mech, and now this anti-air gets to kill the copter, and then tank mech can kill the anti-air, and I believe that is going to be favorable for Von Bolt. It also puts a lot of pressure on this base, because if a copter gets built over here, there's going to be tanks that can fight off an anti-air that gets built, but then there's also the copter that can fight off the tanks that get built. And it makes this poor base kind of have to question its buys. Like, it built a mech here, but that's not really going to be able to hold off tank infantry combos when it's trying to defend a city that's so far forward. Infantry came up and hit this mech. Okay, I guess. I'd really like the artillery to have a little more active role. It looks like the plan is kind of make a big ol' almost death ball kind of situation, and then hope your opponent kind of hits it. In this case, it's moved forward, so now it's threatening stuff. But before, I was just kind of sitting back, not really threatening anything. It was another lab that was kind of controlled, but let free. Oh, you were normal power bait. Gotcha. Looks like the artillery might get hit here. By might, I mean definitely. Very sad day for the artillery, but it lives, and artillery can always go sit on cities and still have a zone of control while healing up. It's not the end of the world. The tanks should be able to clear this guy, and then the medium tank can hit everything. It's pretty nice, especially because there isn't any other support. the medium tank actually goes down. Hurts a lot. And then we have a copter chain fight going on over here, which I didn't even see. Never mind. Well, I don't like this. I'd much rather if these copters just killed this other copter, because otherwise what's going to happen is the super is going to get popped and this copter will just kill off this copter. And this tank will just heal up to 5. In general, though, the attack's pretty nice. The medium tank is basically unopposed. Almost got the Von Bolt super, actually. I don't know if you would have used it. You'll definitely use it this turn. On a map like this, where it's a very brawly center, your opponent kind of has to group up to fight you, like in this case. And it naturally makes these missiles really strong. Yeah. Wow. That was definitely a move planner situation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To see if there's a way to move that missile over here. I guess it's fine. It does hit 2 tanks and a copter. This anti-air can beat up this other copter. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, don't go after... Okay. In this situation, you don't go after the stunned units. You go after the other units, and then you kill the stunned units next turn. Because otherwise, I mean, it's not like it's bad to go after the stunned units, but if you go after the other units, then you kind of eliminate the entire attacking force or fighting force for a turn, as the other ones are just stunned. Like if these guys got hit, and these guys just stand around, and there's literally nothing the Hawke would be able to do for the turn. The airport is now sat upon. Okay, it's not like Hawke really wanted to build from it anymore. A lot of these units really dove forward to try and get something done. At this point, I imagine Hawke was feeling kind of resigned moment and just wanted to fight it out a little bit more. There we go, there's the resign. Yeah, I mean, could clear the airport. It's not a huge deal if there's as long as you've got an anti-air in range, anything that's built from this airport would be basically taken out. But very nicely played. There was some like almost overly cautious stuff, but in the actual fights it worked very nicely. To add. Sorry about the habits. Okay, we've got Subbie against AnimeWatch, which I'm going to assume is talking about the object. is an AnimeWatch rather than like a sentence fragment. Subbie versus anime, a battle for the ages. Exactly true. I do believe this is a tournament. No, this is not a tournament game. This map got added to the Global League, if I remember correctly. And you can tell because of the black boats, which got put in. I still don't know why these ones got put in. But these ones got put in to try and help out with some of the first, like the turn advantage in the middle. So this is a Global League game. I don't know if Havitz is still in the chat, but if Havitz is here, why are these guys here? Why are these black boats built or made? They can repair. That's true. We have Kindle against Andy, which is a classic matchup. Kindle can kind of bully Andy early on, and then once things get into like the mid-game armies, then Andy, with like the first super coming around, and Andy can start bullying Kindle. And then if there's enough cities on the map, then Kindle can start bullying Andy again with high society. Yeah, I can repair the bridges. I mean, it does set up a super repair on the city. Black boat plus city is pretty nice because the turn you move on to the city, you can repair for 1, and then next turn the city repairs you for 2, and then before you move the unit, you can repair for 1. So after 1, you move there and you end up healing 4 health, which is always a nice little move. It definitely benefits some vehicle harassment over here. However, that does also require that this is the player that gets this city, which is not easy. Okay. Both players are pretty much getting the harbor at the same time. There's equal investments into the center with infantry, and they've kind of just matched each other on the side, vehicle to vehicle. And no harassment towards the comm tower, so we're kind of handshaking these comm towers. There's a 0% chance to get this kill, by the way. Or is that... Actually, I should look back to see if it is actually a 0%. Yeah. But it's a positive trade, kinda. It is until the other tank comes in and just starts wrecking house. But I would probably favor killing off the 5 health tank rather than hitting this guy. You do net 1 more tank damage because you did take 1 here. You did 7, but you took 1, so you're like net 6 rather than net 5. But this would also kill off an entire unit, and it would be killing off an Andy unit, which I think is probably worth it. Usually pick Kindle, get both comm towers, and win. Yeah, I can see that working out. I'm not... Okay. Decides to send this tank in for the follow-up. I'm not a huge fan of this maneuver over here. I think Andy's going to end up losing a lot of units from this. And then this city was a very aggressive grab, and I think Andy's actually just kind of bleeding out do to trying to protect this. And the fact that by having to protect this, it involves fighting around the city. So at this point, it's almost looking game over for Andy, sadly. The unit count at the end is in Subbie-I's favor, and then there's still units vulnerable to being taken out this turn. Urban Blight. So this is going to hit 3 tanks and some infantry. I guess it guarantees that kill too. Although you could just use a full health tank to do that. Sure. I mean, it's not that bad. The 3 health, hitting 3 tanks is pretty good. It's before Andy has the super. It doesn't... I was going to say you might want to save it to interrupt this guy, but Andy will probably have the super by then, so and he could just heal it up anyway. So, yeah, I think I like the Urban Blight. It did, of course, also hurt some repairs. Is that the only lab? Oh, this is a single lab map. Oh, okay. Well, that's really bad for Andy. There's no infantry over here to interrupt this, so a tank has to interrupt this while having other tanks in range to hit from it, which gives Subbie a great opportunity to just trade out an infantry for tank constantly until Andy's able to get some infantry over there, which I don't think is ever going to happen. Does have to do that. Yeah, this is going to hurt a lot. Medium tank gets brought over here. We have an artillery built here. Corner city gets captured, and all of these infantry are starting to get beaten up. Making sure to kill off all those injured guys instead of leaving a healthy one up. And Andy's super is on deck, so this is like killing 6 HP rather than just 1 HP of a tank. Which makes it pretty nice. We have hyper upgrade before any attacks. I would definitely favor using... Probably, I guess you'd have to do it only with like the tank engagements over here and then healing up the counter damage. At this point, Andy's looking really dead, though. Like, this attack is fine to do after. This attack should probably have happened before. And then you heal back up to 10. Not that you really want to be standing next to a property against Kindle anyway. It's really hard to fight Kindle, especially when you're not necessarily used to playing around the cities. This happens to a lot of players. They end up fighting around a city against Kindle and then just kind of get beat up a bunch. Tanks have to run away. I like targeting the infantry. Sadly, the tank does have to sit here on the road next to the property. But it makes sense to hit this infantry. It was gonna start taking the lab, and once the lab goes, you lose the game. But you can see how much value Kindle's been getting out of pressuring this lab with infantry, and then the tanks get to beat up on the tanks that have to be used to interrupt it. Do an Urban Blight. Do a lot of damage up here, I'm sure. Can even break through this infantry and then hit the artillery with the tank. Look at the Urban Blight, it's so fair. 9 health tank kills full health tank. One shot. And Kindle's able to send a tank into the center here. Probably have just retreated with this 2 health infantry. I'm not quite sure why it attacked in there. Oh my gosh. Complete breakthrough. Even... no, that's fine. It's fine to use the tank down here and then have the infantry finish off the mech. Or maybe not finish off, but hurt the mech. The medium tank is already in range of the battlecopter, so it's fine to put the tank in range. But then AnimeWatch resigns there. I think that's fair. That was just the game kind of got dictated by what happened down here, where the recon's next to the city, so the tank gets to hit that and just one-shot it, and then trying to fight on a city or next to the city against Kindle is just gonna end really poorly because you have to lose so much in those trades. Killing this tank is impossible unless you have 1 comp tower. Then you have like about a 1/3 chance. So it's not really worth going in there. Instead, you can just let the recon go. Be like, that sucks. I can't fight this. I'll just let it go and probably build an artillery to help pressure Kindle off of the cities. GG. Subbie has somehow defeated anime. But anime shall come back. He never defeat anime. Okay, this is the game that Rhizomatic offered to pay me to not show. What happened? So we'll see how bad it is. To be fair, I think he only offered to pay me $5. $5 not enough. It's gonna take more than $5 to bring corruption into the replay viewing process. We need some serious bribes here. So this was not submitted. Don't do this to my man. This was not submitted by either player. So I will instead just make Rhizomatic the Penguins because I can. $10? I mean, $10 is definitely getting closer. If you keep doubling, then we'll definitely get there. Facing left, facing right. Looking good. $40? I mean, you guys aren't Rhizomatic, so I can't answer that. But it's fine. I can't imagine that the game is so bad that it will crush anyone's soul. Everyone's doing well. Too late to bribe now. The game's already been opened. Rhizomatic will pay me not to show this. No. It's fine. I've had bad games and I've shown bad games. I'm excited to see just how bad this could be that one would want to joke offer money. It is Drake versus Max, but there is an airport. So I'm assuming that Rhizomatic is playing a tier down, or this is the fog tournament where it's like not Highlander, but you only get to play each CO once in the tournament or something. I'm not sure. I know this map. This is a map that I play tested. I don't think it went into leak though, did it? I really liked using the transport copter on this map. The black boat is a new addition. That was not here when I originally. Actually, okay, this map's been changed a fair bit. There used to be pipe seams here instead of just forests. The idea around this map was how it was made was how effectively can one base in the corner with choke points defend against two base airport, is what the map maker told me. And I told the map maker that you just don't lose bases in fog. It's not like standard. So I would never expect you to lose a base. Especially such a well-defended base. Although this terrain doesn't really help defend, and it's definitely makes it easier to attack. Because like an artillery can be in these woods doing a base lock. Which is a really big deal in fog, because that's going to be really hard to stop. Tried to bribe me. Even worse, tried to underbribe, yeah. Okay, so Mr. Not So Cool super rushed this city. It's not really super rushed. Dropped off the infantry and just walked down there. That's probably a good play. And I also agree with retreating after getting this city. Very awkwardly, there isn't a nice forest back here to lock it with an artillery. You could go over here, but that's within range of them building a copter and hitting you. Which is definitely a little awkward. I'm not sure why Rhizomatic went with Drake on this map. The airport's going to be useful. I do like the transport copter buy. But assuming this was supposed to be a tier 2 game, then Olaf would have been really good. Just put a black boat on the base to protect it from being capped. Exactly. This was a tournament game. Gotcha. The black boat's got 2 harbors. Ooh, that's a pretty nice attack over here to kill off the capping infantry. Unfortunately, the recon's a little exposed. Oh no! Guess that's fair. So, Rhizomatic's probably thinking about trying to do some harassment with this tank rather than defending with the forces over here. I like this recon placement from Mr. Not So Cool. It's very annoying to have it sitting on that city, because there's only a single tile that vehicles can come up this way and hit it from. Which means you can kind of just have your recon sit here and then you could even just have an artillery in the woods behind it, or you could have a tank behind or a battlecopter behind, and if they use their tank to hit you, they won't kill you because you're on the city, and then you get to do a tank or a strike from the city onto a unit on the bridge. Stop streaming without you. This is like the 5th game? 4th? Or 5th? Yeah, something like that. Okay. So this recon went down. It's fine though. It was a recon for essentially a city, an infantry and a city. So value-wise, that's going to pay for itself very quickly. This infantry also goes down, which is nice. This tank being a single tile out of range of punishing this tank is not so nice, but such is the way of things. I would definitely have expected, if I was in Rhizomatic's situation, I probably would have expected a tank to come this way and hit my recon from the city, and in which case you can't really oppose that. So it makes sense that Rhizomatic would be like, well, the recon's going to die. I'll just go somewhere else. I can't really hit a max tank on the city from the shoal. I'd be happy. Keeps this guy in this forest. Definitely a nice spot. It's right on the edge of the map, so it's always really awkward to kill off units in the forests that are on the edges, because there's a one whole tile out of normally 4 that's just unavailable. Okay, ooh, very aggressive from Mr. Not So Cool to go for this comm tower capture, but Rhizomatic actually has an artillery prepared for this very occasion. A very defensive line here. I kind of missed out on this capture, but that's okay. Infantry goes up to finish off that capture. I'm not sure if it's really worth sending the infantry up. I understand why everything's so far back. It's because it's one base against double base airports, so you really don't want to lose out on your unit count over here. Rhizomatic is about to have a pretty decent income lead from these captures. A little bit of fighting in the center here, nicely covered by these tanks. I'm not quite sure why he wanted me to so desperate to not have this game shown. I'm not seeing anything really bad yet. Yeah, this stuff gets beat up a bit, but that's okay. This guy's still around to provide vision of this tank, which is the important part. So these 2 tanks can go after this guy. You'd have to... Well, I don't know if full health plus 4 health can kill an 8 health infantry in the forest. So that would be the main problem. But stuff gets picked off over here. The anti-air is just in time to deal with the copter aggression. Yeah, it looks like this is not going to go down. Attacks from here to try and get it, though. Settles for the single strike. This is, I mean, it's not great because you're opening up a tank strike from the city onto the tank on the shoal, and there's no one that can block the way. But this is happening so close to Rhizomatic's base that it's kind of fine for the fight to break out over here, even when you are giving such favorable attacks. Ooh, this is gonna hurt. The anti-air, though, is also going to be able to get in on this. Take out this copter if the vision is gained. Which would only really happen if this tank hits here, or if the recon gets involved. Okay. That could have been pretty bad. Well, actually, I don't know. Where was the 4 health? Okay, it couldn't reach over here. If basically, if a tank could hit here, the anti-air could hit this copter, and then more than just one tank could hit this tank on the city, then Rhizomatic would be in a really bad spot. Because almost all of the tanks should be critically injured, and there'd just be an anti-air kind of free to do as it willed. But instead, Mr. Not So Cool kind of falls back. Fine. Yep. If you're getting picked off, we're going to see some interruptions over here. Tank in the woods. I'm not a huge fan of everything getting built up in a line like this with injured units against Max, but Max's power isn't available yet, so it's not huge danger zone yet. Just one shots that poor infantry. A nice unit count lead that Max is going to end up getting from the infantry coming in and interrupting it. What a huge front switch. I thought Max was going to set up a like a concave to swarm into this with the power active. Instead, does a front switch to threaten this one base side. Completely in the dark too. I don't think Rhizomatic has any recons. Yeah, so really hard to spot the front switching happening, although Rhizomatic was able to kind of attack here. So maybe did see something happen. Brings this tank back rather than sitting on this city, which is a little not quite sure. Yeah, usually you'd want to put your tank here if it's a full health tank. But maybe it's against Max and feeling like it would be cleared off anyway. Yeah, this is gonna be a very painful turn. Attacking in over here worked out pretty nicely. Attacking in over here ends up letting the this force get some nice 2-hit KOs. And then we have a late game, or late turn Max power. Kill off the other copter. Oh no, and then takes out the anti-air. The artillery can't shoot back. Oh. That hurts. Up a lot of value. Rhizomatic does have a super though. You can never underestimate break supers. Disaster strikes. They hit there, move the artillery back. Copter takes out the recon. Not quite sure why those infantry are sacking themselves in there. It's okay. I think these guys are protected, or this guy's protected from this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, never mind. He's not. This is all shoal and road with only a single tile of plains. A lot of copters being built by Rhizomatic. Okay. So, value-wise and unit count-wise, actually kind of okay. Definitely a little bit behind where Rhizomatic would like to be value-wise at the end of his turn, but could be a lot worse. These copters, though, have been doing serious work. Oh. Very, very fortunate for Rhizomatic that the infantry is standing in the one spot that the anti-air would be able to strike from. The rain's really saving him so that Mr. Not So Cool couldn't see both copters. I do not know what that was. That is definitely a way to get vision of that copter. Very, very forward placement. Okay. This is looking really bad now. The artillery can interrupt this comm tower capture for a single turn. These copters are all out of anti-air range. This one does go down, but the real problem is that Max already has the normal power ready. And there's quite a few vehicles available. And this is kind of forced to have to move this other artillery up, otherwise another join cap will guarantee that this comm tower falls. Unless Rhizomatic took so much damage that the Drake Super would be usable. I definitely agree with the anti-air buys, because there's so many copters over here. Okay. These, I think these max anti-airs have been completely unopposed, unfortunately, for Rhizomatic, and they just keep getting kills. Oh. Well, there was definitely a join cap available here with an infantry block to put a lot of pressure on this comm tower. I'm actually amazed that Mr. Not So Cool did not go for it. It looks like that's exactly what this attack is kind of set up to do. Instead, just lets it go. Is very, very good news for Rhizomatic. Losing the anti-air down here and all the vehicles diving in, not so great. How much of a luck sack he is. Okay. This is the problem with the one base trying to fight against copter tank. You have to like build anti-airs to fight the copters, but then the tanks kill your anti-airs. I like this very daring attack with this medium tank. Very needed. Another time that an anti-air is going to get to take out the copter, though. Should really stop building copters at this point until you've killed off all of Mr. Not So Cool's or Max's anti-airs. So the super's available with just the normal powers used here. Okay, copter for vision, takes out the copter. Tank comes in, a nice hit on, nice first strike. Break through, hit the anti-air, sees the other anti-air. Gets vision on the artillery. Probably gonna kill off this artillery. Very sad news for Rhizomatic. You have the join cap on the comm tower there. Yeah, that's fine. I was checking to see if it would matter more to wait till after Rhizomatic used the Drake Super. And it's also fine for this. Well, I guess it's not really fine to go in like this from this spot in particular with the copter, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If there was an anti-air built, it would get to strike this copter. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but it couldn't make it to this. So it could have gone this way and hit from the harbor. Definitely should have hit from the harbor. That way an anti-air built wouldn't be. Okay. So Rhizomatic does this attack first before using the super, because when the super gets used, he'll lose vision of this tank, which is always something you have to keep in mind when you're playing as Drake. You're not immune to your own vision loss. Medium tank's been doing some serious work. Kind of sets up a comm tower trade here, which is nice. His anti-air is gonna get to kill a copter somewhere. It would really like to kill that copter from here instead of here, so that stuff can be put in the way to try and protect it. Oh my gosh, this is actually... The black boat would have been the perfect unit to put on this harbor. It's going to be really difficult to Max to clear it, and it serves as a great blocker, forcing a tank like this tank to go 1, 2... Would actually have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because forests make, or rain makes forests cost another movement as well. And then the anti-air striking here would actually be out of the range of the tank, unless it was a max super. But instead, the black boat's here. No. Doesn't want me to show the game because of the black boat miss. That's okay. This kind of thing with black boats is missed all the time. Okay. Definitely, I agree with building another anti-air. You're in a tough spot at this point as Drake, because all the copter tank army coming in on you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this anti-air can hit these copters, which is good. I don't know. Okay, there's no reason for this copter to not hit this tank, because this copter is already in danger of getting hit. You just overload anti-air more. Okay, comm tower does fall. Looks like this one will fall too. There's nothing in range to deal with it. Medium tank takes out the tank. Infantry gets in the way. You can see the black boat sitting on the harbor. Mr. Not So Cool's showing the way. Kill off this infantry. This isn't looking that bad. I mean, the attack over... The fight over here is looking kind of atrocious. But... overall, the game isn't looking so bad. This could have been the kind of situation where you would buy a battleship. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I can understand not wanting to. We'd have to also join a tank. Okay. Oof, that hurts a lot. It hurts a lot, but this is when Drake actually has charged a game. And when you're a global damage CO, you know, losses, they're just an opportunity to get more charge. They're not real losses. The reinforcements have shown up to defend this harbor. The medium tank gets away. Definitely send the copters over here. Don't let these anti-airs just eat them all up. Bomber gets built. I am a fan of Drake bombers. I'm not a huge fan of bombers against Max, but that's okay. I think these tanks don't fully recognize just how deadly the attacking force is here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this copter, very annoyingly, is out of range of this anti-air. That's okay. This other copter can hit it. the Neo tank from Max. Some serious damage. There's lots of tanks here, so yeah, might as well send that one back to heal. Hit that and then tag it with the anti-air. Barely lives. This will barely live. Yep. And this is part of why I like the transport copter here, is that you get to move it over and have this nice boost onto this mountain. Okay, bombers covering stuff. These infantry are being very nice and threatening to interrupt any capture that goes onto this comm tower. Central City's getting captured by Mr. Not So Cool at this point. Sadly, Drake bombers can only aspire to the greatness of Grit bombers. There are 3 copters over there to chip away at the battleship. That is true, but it's a Drake battleship, so the copters will do very little damage. And if they're hitting the battleship, then they get up by the anti-airs. Okay. So Rhizomatic has actually successfully warded off the attack, thanks to the reinforcements that came in. And now comes the delicate balance between chasing down units for more value and what is that? And trying to not overextend. Okay, this is okay. This is okay. I was definitely worried that the bomber is just overextending and it's going to get just absolutely murdered by the anti-air that Rhizomatic knows about. But I think the infantry coverage is enough to keep it safe. From what I can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It would take a max super to reach the bomber. Is it the max normal power? Or actually, no. Never mind. Because they can just go this way with the medium tank. Well, I don't know if 9 health medium tank from max is... You probably can't kill that. Just a small chase. Okay, Rhizomatic is now basically fully charged. Is now going to be fully charged. So everything here is going to be overcharged. 1 health copter getting its value in. This is where the overextension happened. Oh, that does kill. That must be a roll. At 9 health. Yeah, that would have been absolutely brutal. That's not a Kindle tank, though. With Urban Blight. So the bomber does live, which is huge. Especially because there's a medium tank right there. We have the super go off. We do some decent damage. Is that like 30k? Yeah, like 30k. Everyone's favorite. Click the funny button. Or press the funny button. Oh. Rhizomatic going to even up the income. Kill off the medium tank. Very nice. Try and shield the bomber. I think the bomber is successfully shielded from the anti-air. The anti-air does get to get the copter, though. So far, it's been a very successful Drake bomber. Okay. Yeah, the anti-air takes the copter. Interrupt on the city. The remnants of the chasing force kind of get taken out. The Neo tank over here isn't any answer currently for the max copter. Only anti-airs that Rhizomatic have are way over here. more max anti-airs have been revealed. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I have a feeling that Mr. Not So Cool is going to make it to the normal power and then take out that bomber. But it was a good play to kill off the anti-air there. And then a Neo tank gets built. Rhizomatic. There's still been so many copters made, which I have so far not been a big fan of. There goes the bomber. That's okay, because it's not overcharging Rhizomatic, so you can kind of accept the bomber loss. It got some nice kills. The copters in general, I think, have kind of been getting absolutely wrecked by the max anti-airs. Another bomber to replace. Okay. That's quite the choice. The I'm surprised there hasn't been any indirects built to replace the two that ended up dying, because they did a pretty good job of locking stuff down until they got overwhelmed. So it's weird to me that there hasn't been any new ones. Anti-airs on the front lines. This one's in the woods though, so it's not so bad. The bomber's on its way. Okay, okay. We're going to go for like a surprise attack with this bomber. Ooh. That is a nice combo attack. Neo tank hits Neo tank. City to road. Hasn't overcharged Rhizomatic though, so the army's value is gonna be able to even itself out with the next Drake Super. Well, probably not quite that much, but we'll start making its comeback there. It builds another Neo tank. I definitely favor the Neo tanks over the bomber, and especially over the battle copters. Oh my gosh, these anti-airs keep getting tagged. Yeah, the max forces have super built over here. Rhizomatic has a strong infantry only force. Staring at this comm tower. This can kind of happen, where you have vehicles on one side and nothing but infantry on the other, which I've mentioned before in this stream is good for if you can like front switch into the infantry army with your vehicles. The Drake Super went off. Only did like 30,000, which is surprisingly low. And then no attacks happened. Okay. Was that a copter join there? Mr. Not So Cool has kind of been sticking to the copter tank max meta. It's a 30-day max. We're at 28. Mr. Not So Cool has been a single city ahead for a long time here. Which means that Rhizomatic is just going to lose this turn because there's no capture being started. So at this point, Mr. Not So Cool can do literally anything. Or no, not quite. Because Rhizomatic could have gone for this city if there was no units in the way. And then it would be a draw. Okay, Gonna have a big attack in here. At this point, the game is over if it's a 30-day time limit. If it was 35 days, then it's not quite over. Pretty good breakthrough. Both Neo-tanks are kind of untouched. The bomber's untouched. But anti-airs got beat up. Some tanks got beat up. And the Neo-tank got tagged. It should probably be a use the normal power turn as Drake. That copter did go down. Infantry getting beat up. Neo tank comes on in. Isn't able to kill the tank on the road. Could have used the normal power here to kill the tank on the road, and then the bomber can hit the medium tank if that's what Rhizomatic was wanting. And also just have it like this, where you have a fairly decent wall, and then the bomber just goes after the tank instead. Like so. Oh, you hate to see it. Copter first strike. Copter first strike 5-5. I'm somewhat surprised that... Okay, it's day 31, so there's not a day 30 time limit. I am surprised there wasn't a Drake normal power here. But I can understand trying to hold out for the super. Try and get more value. At this point, Mr. Not So Cool is really far ahead in unit count, so this is going to be hard to hold anything. Hey, solid 40k. Bomber gets to kill the medium tank. No hope for that bomber living. It's definitely gonna die. Okay, get some nice picking off of all the units that kind of overextended a little bit to dive in on stuff. Anti-air gets away at 1 health, which is nice. We'll get to heal up fairly quickly. This max force is gonna hurt. I don't think the Neo tank dies though. The bomber will for sure. I like this artillery placement. So make sure to cover the comm tower during all this. Neo tank gets hit. But this anti-air healing up in range of this battlecopter is really good. I like the little bit of a cheeky transport copter block. I don't think it's really necessary. I guess the idea is that it's stopping at like a breakthrough that would go after this anti-air. And we have a Drake or a max bomber to deal with these Neo tanks. I think this captures me. All these the 1 health units. So there gets a nice shot. I'm just gonna open up two sides to hit this anti-air on, or one side from the forest. I don't think that was a very good attack. Did 3 damage to take 5 damage? Yeah. Probably better to... I mean, it is in the way. But you could just sit there instead of attacking. Or you could always go back and heal. Yeah, air battle is really bad. For poor Drake against Max. Yeah, the income is starting to look really scary. A 4k difference is getting a little hard to come back from, but at the same time, the income's really high, so it's not that bad. Like 22k can definitely fight against 26k as long as you're kind of relying on efficient use of counter units. lot of the forward units from Max are getting picked off. Actually, the unit count is starting to even out, which is very difficult to do. We'll see, though, if Max is able to kind of wipe out the forward units of Drake. Actually, hop back up. Because if all these units go down, then the unit count will swing right back into Max's favor. You can't really trust these numbers in an ongoing brawl because so much happens on each turn. Okay, only down like 5 units with units to attack, so this is looking like Rhizomatic has managed to make somewhat of a comeback. The bomber has been spotted, so I guess the Neotank just doesn't get to do anything for a while. Except go hide in the forest, probably. Oh, never mind. I take it back. Neotank does get to do something. It gets to charge forward. It is technically out of range of the bomber. As long as Max doesn't get a normal power. And it's not the worst thing if the Neotank goes down, since Rhizomatic does have a lot of charge available to gain. Losing all the tanks alongside it, though, is going to be really painful. Fortunately, there isn't any tank follow-up to deal with these anti-airs, so it is going to be a Neotank for a bomber. Which is certainly not bad. And then this artillery also gets to shoot a tank, which is nice. And Rhizomatic is going to get one of these cities back. Changes this back to just a 2k difference. I am amazed that... Oh, I was like, how did Rhizomatic not get this kill? And that's because Max has the power boost, giving an extra 10% defense. Whoa. Decided to shoot the tank on the city rather than the tank on the road. I think that was probably a mistake. Oh, I see what's going on. I was like, why are you attacking with that? Rhizomatic's trying to get a super here. There we go. It's a pretty strong super. It didn't do like the 30 or the 40k, only just a 20k, but it is done in the middle of a fight, which is pretty strong. And all of these units are covered by this artillery. And this city's somewhat being captured. Okay. Another copter goes down. I really think that these Drake copters have cost Rhizomatic way more than they've helped him. They keep getting like a single hit and then taken out by the anti-air, and then the anti-air gets away. Very good job from Mr. Not So Cool to build another anti-air since this guy's just got placed into artillery range. And usually when you go forward with an anti-air, or even better, the turn before you go forward with an anti-air on the front, you want to replace it so that you're not caught with your pants down, essentially, with no way of dealing with air for a number of turns. Okay, more copters. This is probably Rhizomatic just trying not to fall behind in unit count. It's a 40-day timer. Oh. Well, that makes fighting over this city a big deal. This is day 37. Rhizomatic has almost come back into this game. Actually, I would say he's probably done so. At this point, the vehicle numbers over here are definitely favoring him. He does have an infantry in range of going for this capture. Just has to like have enough blockers around, and then you can get a tie game. Ooh, gonna go for both captures. Okay. Move the artillery up. At this, when you're getting really close to the turn limit, you kind of just send everything at your opponent and try and hit a weak spot. Getting this city, I think, is almost impossible, but would be very impressive. Okay. Definitely interrupt that. Clearing this city is a huge deal. Rhizomatic is completely out of infantry that can go for this capture. And only has a few over to support this one. So a win is, I don't think, possible for Rhizomatic at this point, but a draw is certainly possible. Yeah, I was going to say, you have to join cap that, and then just try and cover it up as best as you can. Which... Oof. Oh, okay. Still going for the win in that case. Yeah, try and stop the breakthrough. You really don't want the Neo tank to hit this guy. It's going to be a 9 health Neo tank with max power. Okay. Mr. Not So Cool is getting vision. We've got... Oh, the Neo tank is not used. Oh, because the anti-air can reach. Oh no! Oh no! That's game wasn't quite able to cover up enough to stop the breakthrough. I mean, it's really hard to stop a max breakthrough. Just to kill off the Neo tank, do some serious damage. There isn't even an infantry in range of getting a capture at this point. Just Mr. Not So Cool just passes the turn back. I guess that would be an argument for not join capping, is that it would give you another full health infantry around to go for the capture on the following turns. Rhizomatic is like, I will try and get as many kills as I can, and then the game is over, decided by the day limit and captures. You guys win? I think that was a good game. I'm not sure why Rhizomatic didn't want that shown. I mean, there was certainly some mistakes, but overall, I think that was pretty well played. It definitely came down right to the day limit. Shortest fog game. Rhizomatic's luck ran out. I think that was very well played. Okay, next we have BoldBadger versus Strider 555. Hit that betrays. Well, more time and Max wouldn't have played the same way, too. You still like Hawke on this map? It that betrays. It's quite the map. Strider 555 against BoldBadger. I'm single-handedly making Cobalt Ice and Yellow Comet have a serious rivalry. So I think Javier is probably favored on this map because indirects are pretty nice. And while you can still use the indirects against Javier, voice crack there, when he gets his powers off, your indirects will just do nothing. And that will be a serious problem. Here we can see that BoldBadger went a little too slow to get for this capture. Both players actually went too slow, but that's okay. Basically, if you go straight for this instead of going for this city first, you can get the city before your opponent can interrupt you. Try not to hurt any more missile chans. Later. The low income really hurts on this map. Yeah, it's got somewhat low income and the bases are really close to the fronts. Which can make fighting really awkward. Because there's like no room to retreat before you're already getting your immediate reinforcements or your opponent's already getting immediate reinforcements. And like the contested cities are like these ones across the mountains and this one, and they can both kind of be guaranteed just by your capture phase, and then you can just artillery lock them, and then you're kind of stuck in a stall war for a bit there. Just noticed that Javier decided to stand on the comm tower of Von Bolt. Definitely fine for Von Bolt to come up and hit this. Javier with a comm tower has the exact same stats as Von Bolt without a comm tower. So it's not like Von Bolt's going to have trouble kicking Javier off. And then the tank gets to heal up. A mech got built here, which is pretty good. The infantry can go for the capture, backed up by mech and tanks. Because so if Javier wants to interrupt it, it's going to be very expensive. Probably wouldn't move the mech there. I guess it hits this tile just fine. I think I'd prefer to have it in this forest, though. I guess it doesn't matter because there's just like 4 tanks staring at this, so you don't really need the mech staring at it too. You only get tier 4 Jake mirrors here. Jake is good. Someone went Kindle against you tier 1 here. Whoa. Kindle is definitely a spicy choice. Okay. BoldBadger moving in on this property. And also protecting this property up here against Strider. Bringing the artillery with the infantry swarm, a very nice combo. Strider now has a comm tower. You'll never, just like when fighting Von Bolt versus Von Bolt, this kill can never happen with just 2 tanks because of that extra 10% defense. Makes it nice and awkward. But it's definitely a pretty good attack with lots of tanks. The mechs over here are not in range to support the attack currently. I'm surprised that Strider decided to keep attacking up here in artillery range. Because this capture is just not going to happen, and once these infantry are gone, we're going to have a hard time actually holding these other captures. Those guys kind of have a job. But the attack down here looks kind of menacing. It's definitely going to force the BoldBadger to build a medium tank. The mechs are just moving up this way, which I am surprised by. Oh, okay, it's because they want to go for these captures right now, which is fair. We'll see if anything actually attacks in here. Okay, we're going to have 2 tanks kill 1 tank, and that's it. And then sit on the city. Okay, Strider's like, nah, I'm not gonna let you get this city as well. And then bring in these tanks for this fight. A nice little blocker with this 3 health infantry that's out of range of any opposing infantry that could clear it, so a tank would have to be used. Hit the healthier infantry, have the mech supporting all of this. It's looking pretty good. Down here, up here looks absolutely terrifying for trying to fight against BoldBadger. Got the tower shield here. 7 tanks need a medium tank counter. Medium tank would definitely help. The copter is also something that can help. And there's an anti-air answering it. You can see the tank had to be used. Kill a 3 health infantry, which is not really what you want to do with tanks. But it did open up some really nice first strikes with 30-30 stats for Javier with the power active. If Von Bolt had the super, Von Bolt would be really happy because it would just hit over here. Okay. It's getting a little awkward here for BoldBadger. These units can be used to like interrupt this capture, but then there's probably too many tanks around to just punish it. But this capture over here, I think, is unstoppable. And that unit's teleporting because it attacked the pipe scene. It's a bug. Oh, of course, the copter can just interrupt here. Oh, but then the tanks dive in anyway. They're going to pick off the low health tanks. So it's kind of debatable about whether or not you want to do that. Probably not, because, for instance, like this 5 health tank's going to die. Kill off a 1 health tank, and then this 8 health tank might... Well, it'll definitely take a full-on tank strike. It might also die to go after a 2 health tank. Not sitting on this city's pretty good. That way, at least, the tank doesn't get to strike from a nice, healthy city. Oh my gosh. Strider with the double sacrifice to break through. Go after these mechs. Okay. Pretty nice. It puts this artillery in a kind of awkward situation where it's got a tank right next to it, and it would also like to shoot a tank. So we'll see what it does. You see, this is also fighting with an immediate reinforcement of this base. It looks like Strider decides to go and pick on this tank in particular. Pretty interesting to me. I think I'd prefer to hit this 8 health tank from the city and then just do this single strike. But it's not like it's... I think it's totally fine. Its anti-air, I think, is not in a great spot, though. actually not covering this guy. And I guess that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's all because this strike didn't happen from the city. So the anti-air can't move up without 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it can. Yeah, the anti-air should just move here. Not quite sure what's going on there. Why is Javier not as good as Von Bolt in Fog? Well, artillery aren't as good in Fog. And the reliability of Von Bolt's day-to-day is really good. And it's also really hard to tell in Fog when certain places might be getting attacked and by how much. So for someone like Javier, who always has to highly prioritize his comm tower, otherwise he just loses the game, it can make it really awkward to balance your resources. Because if they just have a surprise attack on your comm tower that you're not expecting, then you could just kind of lose the game right there. Or if you have to have a certain number of units around your comm tower at all times, and then they just like ignore your comm tower, then that can make it awkward to be fighting the game in general as well. So definitely comm tower placement, as always, is going to be a big deal for that. But also, the indirects in general are not as highly used in Fog as they are in Standard, because of the map designs and because zoning isn't as much of a thing. Oh. So that's a pretty good Von Bolt super. Hitting the artillery is always going to be really nice. And it hit almost all the infantry up there. It's a little greedy for BoldBadger to go for that lab cap. If he didn't do the attacks at the bottom, it would have hit the bottom army. Gotcha. And you wanted it to hit the top. With all missile powers, you can manipulate where they land by killing or moving units. And Strider's saying that they attacked down here so that it would hit up here, from my understanding. Like, so they killed off units so that the higher value target would hit up here. Okay. Very nice to finish off that infantry. And Strider's got a very forward position here, so getting a city cap out of this attack, not out of the question. Artillery going down. Very nice, and that's kind of like the stunned units. You can just hit them on the next turn. You don't have to hit them right away. We have a join of tanks to get a medium tank up here. I'm not sure the medium tank's really needed anymore up here. It looks like Von Bolt already has like the tank majority up here, so just building a single tank I think would be good enough. And then weakening the defenses up here with the join might be a little detrimental. Is that enough for Von Bolt to win? It can be. Von Bolt supers getting moved around to places that you don't expect will definitely end games. See, a lot of first strikes on this infantry wall. Here comes the artillery for BoldBadger. And definitely retreating over here. These infantry are kind of unprotected though, so assuming Strider is able to hold down here, now is a great time to just clean up the top. Kind of like so. And then yeah, just fall back. Build some more tanks. This is where I don't think the medium tank buy and the join was really good. But at least the medium tank's very much in the way here. Okay, it looks like things are kind of mellowing out. Unfortunately, there isn't a full health infantry range in the city. So it's going to take a while for Strider to start getting some captures out of all this. Both players lost this city. You can see the effectiveness of having an artillery on this map. You can lock the city from a distance. Oh, we have a Neo tank. Tried to get a nice surround on this medium tank so it can't escape the Neo tank. Of course, this guy can go down for just a tank strike. And then this anti-air came in to hit this infantry so it can't go for this capture. That is going to lose that anti-air, so I am not super excited about that trade. And when that anti-air goes down, that's kind of a cue for Von Bolt to start building copters. This Neo tank can reach there. I'm not so sure about. Okay, well, the Neo tank's not going to be able to reach the Neo tank this time. Instead, it's just going to kill a tank. I'm not so sure about this little dive in here. No copter built when the anti-air went down. It's pretty interesting. Just have tank infantry swarming in on the BoldBadger's little attack force that's trying to go through the mountain pass that's all stuck on the roads. Now the BoldBadger has to be very careful when attacking in this area because there's going to be, well, BoldBadger is definitely going to be using a power to get the nice strength, but this is also going to give a lot of charge to Von Bolt, and this kind of situation where all these units come together, it's definitely going to land there. They were really close to running out of time by this point. Here goes the Neo tank getting that tank kill. And yeah, a lot of stuff's going to get eaten up here. Okay. Strider Von Bolt is definitely in range of getting the super at this point. It looks like it's going to be kind of a delicate balance because the Neo tank is a pretty heavy magnet. I don't know if that is necessarily worth going for, but it's definitely going to give a lot of charge. Here we're going to have everything down here get hit. Then looks like they're just all going to get attacked because pretty much everything in the south has now been stunned and damaged, so there's not really much up in the south is going to get cleaned up. So it's probably fine. Let's see here. Goes for the captures, very aggressive. You can see it's very difficult to get those chip kills against Javier and Von Bolt with that extra defense. At this point, though, I think it doesn't matter just because the unit deficit is getting really, really in the favor of Von Bolt. So very quickly, it's just going to be impossible to stop any of these caps. In fact, this one's already impossible to stop. And this one takes 2 vehicle hits to try and stop. Yeah. Ends the turn behind in unit value. Income is now evened up. when you're playing Von Bolt in this kind of situation. What is this? Just trying to get enough money to buy a medium tank while only doing a single base skip. That's definitely not worth it. Yeah. But yeah, when you're playing Von Bolt in this kind of situation where you're so far ahead in unit count, you can kind of just wait. You can kind of expect that as soon as your next super hits, you'll just win the game. Because they're only going to have enough units to fight you with basically constant vehicle production and fight you in a big old brawl. And then all of that stuff will just get hit with one super. And then it'll be just game over. So as long as you're trading out effectively evenly, unit count wise, the game will just end once the next Von Bolt super happens. This poor Neo tank has spent like the last 2 turns just moving rather than fighting. These poor guys, they don't have any coverage. Looks like we're falling back over here, which is totally fine. And BoldBadger resigns. I agree with the resignation. Actually, it was going to be just a resign from lab cap. I didn't even realize that this lab had fallen. But also, the city is about to fall. There's nothing up here, and the next Von Bolt super is just 4 bars away. There's 4 labs total, so there's 2 for each player. GG. I was pretty impressed that Strider was able to fight through the indirects. There weren't quite enough at the right times, I guess, really, to force it, or to force any situations. Super 5125 versus Unggoy Slaya. I think you could have done anything better. I think you did pretty well. There was the kind of losing all of your infantry at the top that I think really hurt you when you attacked into the artillery. But when it came to like the wall breaks and manipulating the power, I think that worked. And of course the unit sacrifice was good. So this looks like a tournament game. And I'm not quite sure what was going on with the join, because you could have already afforded the medium tank with just 1 base skip. And you join 2 units together, so it's going to be negative unit count. But I think overall it was very good. Okay, so we have Lash versus Drake here. I've heard people say that they like Lash on this map quite a bit. I think Lash is, she's pretty good. There's certainly quite a few forests to take advantage of around like these comm towers. And there's some like properties right next to the base, for instance, that will give you some good defense stars to work with. You got kind of like this missile platform that's in a nice spot. Pretty good. We have an early mech on the top here. I'm not quite sure what that's, what's going on with that. Looks like it's got a mission. The mission is not to hit the pipes. Ooh, Super 5125 gets a nice strike with the tank here, interrupting the captures before they even start. That moves this infantry over to threaten this. Just build a tank to defend against this encroaching tank. The Drake player. This is a pretty good move by Drake, using the infantry in this spot so that it can't be first struck. Not that the first struck would be super good, but it can't be first struck. And if this infantry decides to go for this capture, you can just strike it from the mountain. So using the terrain, the Drake's favor there. This tank buy is turning out to be a little sad. Can't get much done against the double tanks. And then there's a lot of pressure around this comm tower. So we'll see how this plays out. There's only one infantry currently that's in range to do anything about it. And this one moved over here. You have a tank bot. You can't reach this turn, so the only thing that's going to be able to interrupt is this one infantry. And Drake does have weaker copters, so doesn't really want to buy a copter at this stage in the game to stop the comm tower, but you know, will do so if forced for sure. Okay. Yeah. Tanks are kind of kept together. Lots of production up here. I think one tank came from over here, and then these two started. I'm not quite sure why this artillery is being built in the top right from the Lash player. It doesn't have much around, like infantry around to shield it, but it might be coming down to try and lock its comm tower. The Lash advantage over here. It's a 6-6 trade. Okay. Very, very good pressure on these cities here. From Lash, just using a single tank to get this one. Giving a very good economic advantage. And artillery trying to put pressure on the center here. I haven't seen it yet, but you can build a rocket and move it into this forest in one turn. And that will lock this base. But I don't think I've seen a game yet where someone decided to do that. Okay, we have the Lash battlecopter to get control over this comm tower. You see the big problem that Drake's running into over here is that the units, there's basically just too much pressure being put on this one base so that it can't perform all of its duties. It's having a hard time getting the captures it's supposed to get, and while also getting contesting the comm tower. That's the only one it can do. It can do that. So if a copter's not built this turn, I think the comm tower will go to Drake, or not to Drake, to Lash. These tanks can just kind of zoom on in and just join together. There was not a copter built. So this comm tower is going to go to Lash. Nice little double tank strike here. And this comm tower is definitely not going to go to Drake. There actually isn't even an anti-air build, so this copter is just a free shot here. Then some free pressure. And then this guy's coming down to the comm tower, I'm sure. I like the artillery being used over here. It's kind of joining up with the infantry from this double base. That's pretty nice. And it's covering the city, which is the best spot you want to use to hit these guys. And we have another copter built over here. So one from the top, one from the bottom. Puts a lot of pressure on this base to build an anti-air. And these tanks are kind of being switched away from. barely interrupts that cap. I'm surprised that Super 5125 did not leave a tank in range to hit this attacking tank. Because that does mean that this capture won't actually go through. Which is very good news for Drake. Oh, I see. The anti-air got built in the further back base because they didn't want the tanks to hit them. But that is leaving more units exposed to the copters. When the city goes down, a lot of really good pressure. Just finding a weak point, like the city is now a weak point, for instance. It's a weak point because there's nothing in range to, there's like no infantry in range to interrupt the capture. And in fact, there's only one vehicle, which is this anti-air. So that could be a nice play where you just walk over, start this capture, and bring a tank along with you. Because that means that the only anti-air on this entire front has to go up here to stop the city from falling, and then the battle copters get to do more stuff, and the tank gets to have a nice first shot. Yeah, that's a very nice income advantage. 8k is huge. It's mixed base as well. So you can very easily overwhelm a certain spot. And then use your income advantage to defend if they try and overwhelm you anywhere else. That was very nice. I think there was a little bit of a mess up around the comm tower. A very good job of just pressuring around the map and taking vulnerable cities. Getting the win off of that. Very well done. See if I can get one more in there. Got the Thelast versus Thavidu. This apparently all happened on one day. So maybe it's a super fast game. It's certainly going to be a live game. Thavidu. Cobalt Ice against the Lash. I've only seen this map. Oh no, this is Stalin. This is like a smaller version of Stalingrad. I was thinking of a different map, but yeah. Interesting. So this is like a base light version of Stalingrad. There's only these two bases. There's an airport. You still have your corner cities here. And then there's a mountain. I'd have to see a side comparison, but I feel like this mountain, like these two mountains, are not in Stalingrad. I feel like there's also some cities missing over here. I think this is supposed to be a city, not a mountain. And there's less forests. We're also missing a city over here. That's fine. So it's a slightly smaller version of Stalingrad that's base light. I haven't seen this map before. And we have Rachel against Max. So Rachel's pretty good in base light. I don't know if she's better than Max is, because he also is pretty strong in base light since he's got the stronger vehicles and can really snipe out those infantry. Which the infantry are going to be the most important unit, since both bases are very quickly going to be regulated to, or I guess regulated is fine. They're basically going to be forced to just constantly build the vehicles to fight each other, and then the infantry will not be getting reinforced. They'll just get picked off and you'll run out. This is Stalingrad Jr. T-Copter is nerfed, yeah. So is the APC opener. We have this nice recon opener that Max went for. You get an interrupt around this comm tower, and it looks like the comm tower is going to get interrupted while Max is going to get the comm tower for themselves and get some nice trade of recon for an infantry and a tank so far, with much stronger tanks than Rachel has. We can see that Thavidu's moving everything over here to try and win this fight. We'll see what Max does. Max just decides to retreat, which is definitely a little risky. And ooh, these guys must have killed an infantry. Okay. Or I guess hidden infantry. Getting a tank first strike from the city is always nice. Using the recon against Max like this is probably not going to be the best, because Max can just one-shot it with a tank. It doesn't have to be like tank infantry. Yeah, like so. And that definitely hurts. Max can either use this tank right now to like get in the way, hit this infantry, or definitely pull it back a tiny bit. Okay, it is used right now. Which I am totally in agreement of. Nice copter first strike. 3 health copter is still very useful though. And income wise, Max is just like a tiny bit ahead, I think. Copter gets taken out by the anti-air, which definitely hurts to see. I'm not sure why this copter just got used there, because a full health tank would have just killed that. And you definitely prefer to keep the 3 health tank, 3 health copter back to pick off units. I would definitely use the full health tank here to kill off this guy. He's the only one over here that's granting vision. So you can kill him off, and then you can just like move your 2 health infantry down into this forest, and then send this guy up to go for the capture, and then bring this guy over to this capture. You have a pretty strong little formation. It's annoying to break through. Even if they have units like this anti-air that can kill your copter to break through, they have to dedicate something to get the vision to do so. But could be what is happening is that Max is trying to play around the incoming Rachel super, and so didn't want to have the cluster of full health tanks there. No Rachel super used. It's being held to try and make Max feel a little uncomfortable and perhaps waste valuable units in the back line trying to play around the covering fire. Max actually does an amazing job here. Just these 4 infantry only kinda in the front lines get hit twice, and then medium tank anti-air get hit. So very good job playing around the super there. And now Max has a super available. Whoop, just uses it. I'm not sure if Max wants to use it right now. That's okay. Does get to kill a copter with copter, and the tank is to go over there and kill an infantry. I think that could have happened without the super, but that's okay. Kill off another infantry. Yeah, that was an okay super. I think waiting until this medium tank was a little bit closer, and the recon had better vision of stuff, probably would have worked out. But I can understand wanting to use it right away so that you're not giving your opponent any charge, and it feels very efficient. And it's not like it was a bad super. It certainly got some good damage done. And even this copter first strike against you isn't so bad. It's a 6-4 trade. Did an infantry move on to a neutral city without capturing? I think it did, but it was attacking another. This is the last replay. You barely didn't miss the stream. Oh, okay, so Max is doing a very good job of just picking off the units with these tanks. Kind of what you want to do. Sees the opposing medium tank. A little... I probably wouldn't be too scared to strike here with these two other two other tanks available. I'd just kill off this guy. But it's not that bad to retreat. Just play safe. Going straight for the bomber. I'm assuming that's a response to the medium tank. Not a huge fan of going for the bomber in response. But it is going to also double as a pretty good magnet target because it's a very expensive unit. This medium tank is probably going to die to this battlecopter and max medium tank. Interesting. Okay, the battlecopter went for the other battlecopter instead. That's fine. If the max force, assuming that's to hit this medium tank, yeah. Okay, all the way down to 1. The bomber's moving out. Looks like some units are being brought together to work as a magnet. This is looking really rough for Thavidu at this point. But Rachel has been known to work some miracles. Again, pretty darn good magnet. Just hits these infantry and this recon. And the bomber gets hit with 2 infantry. A lot of the infantry did get hit there. So that's going to slow down any capture potential that Max has. And this is also base light, so it's kind of hard to replace those infantry. Instead, they're just going to have to spend some time sitting on these cities to heal back up. If they kind of move forward too aggressively, they won't be able to get anything done. So there we go. Healing up those infantry. This one's lined up to go for this city. A very good idea because this top left corner's kind of been wiped out by these tanks. Ooh, it looks like this medium tank got trapped. Which is very unfortunate. And then, yeah, as Max, I would definitely lean in towards constant copter production. Max has very strong copters. The only thing I would also add on is probably some more recons, so that the Max movement boosts can be better utilized to find their targets. Okay, Thavidu is going to get this city, maybe? And is moving some units up here to try and save these other ones. Oh. It's a pretty good attack down here. The copter can take out the copter. Bomber gets used to take out the tank. Definitely going to give this anti-air a great target. Well, I guess the anti-air can't reach. Well, if Thavidu really wants to, there can be like tank sacrifice. Copter tank clears this, but that's probably not worth it. That's some pretty good blocking. Although Thavidu is Rachel, so whenever you're in that kind of situation where you're like, I really need to get through a wall, you can always use... Or you can just get lucky, that's fine. It might have had some chip damage on it. But you can always use the Rachel normal power. Losing a 7 health bomber isn't the end of the world. The bomber didn't really have great targets anymore anyway. Okay. Comes in, hits this anti-air. probably would have been better to use the max power here. I'm not sure why this fighter to one-shot the anti-air and then the copter one-shots the copter. So all these units living. It's a little awkward. Does clean up pretty nicely over here. Another hit on this tank. Yeah, I think the max normal power would be pretty good. Ooh, that's an expensive magnet. But that's kind of how it goes. Ouch. Things get beat up. But they're still strong enough to get the job done. Both players are getting really low on infantry. They're actually both down to 6. Okay, so it looks like Max is going to be able to clean up this top. I do have the Max Super. It's just gonna get some nice damage in here. Probably a little late, but yeah, still get some good value. This medium tank's a little awkward now. And over here, we're gonna have some nice value. The tanks are gonna be able to kill the tank, and the anti-air, and this anti-air can kill this copter. And then we can go for these very, very slow city caps. Probably want to join this one. Yeah. I like the recon. Definitely build a copter every turn. You need the unit count. And the transport copter is also a great choice. And then Thavidu just resigns here. I think that's, at this point, probably fair. This is looking very troubled. The, I'm not quite sure what Thavidu could have done differently. Maybe a medium tank sent up here instead of towards where the copters have kind of been seen a lot. But this is also kind of playing a tier down. And the Max player was doing some really good magnets throughout that entire game that were making the Rage Supers not as impactful as they could normally be. I don't think Max is tier 3 here. I think Rachel is playing up a tier, but this is also not a league game. This is not Stalingrad. It's like, what's it called? It's StalinLad. It must be the live version. That's why it's so much smaller and base light. But I'm going to call the stream there. Got through a good number of replays. Hope everyone enjoyed. And I'm going to be leaving you with an apple. Enjoy. And have a good one. Good night. Leave you with a ruler. You have a ruler too.